Hello everyone and welcome to Wednesday's action here at the Online Darts Live League. It is Wednesday and it is day number 2 of Group A, and we will conclude this group today. As you can see from our graphic here, we've got the perfect pattern of points: 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and at the top we have Martin Adams, who had a perfect 5 wins from 5 yesterday. He's going to take on his closest challenger in his first game today, so all is not done yet for Wolfie. But the others have got to get a move on if they stand any chance of coming through this group themselves. One of those players is Gary Robson, and in a change to our scheduled games today, we have welcomed Diogo Portela to Group A, as Jason Hogg is unable to play. So, the 54-year-old from the Toon is up against the Brazilian, the man who now lives in Cambridgeshire, has joined Group A for the day. And even if he has a perfect day and Wolfie gets one win, it won't be enough to come through the group. So this is a bonus day for Diogo. Can he be a spoiler? So Gary Robson yesterday finished his day with a win against Jason Hogg. Average for the day of 79.78. He had a couple of maximums in there. And a checkered percentage of just over 26%. No ton plus outs.
42.
So a lot of things to work on for Gary. But he did walk away with 4 points. If he can have a much improved day today, picking up the perfect 10, he still has a chance. But he's going to need all of the results to go his way. That is for sure. He's up against Diogo, who was scheduled to come in to Group C tomorrow morning.
40.
And in every likelihood, he will be in tomorrow morning anyway. But because he's been drafted into Group
140.
A, we've had to bring somebody else in for Group C, and that person is Keegan Brown. So a very healthy addition to our week's play. Someone who has had some excellent results on the Challenge Tour and the Pro Tour very recently.
83. Gary, you require 105.
Nice start here for Robbo. 105 after 9. 78 remain.
45.
A tidy looking 60 when he returns to try and hold throw in leg 1. Has been practicing over the last couple of days
60.
in the local area, has Diogo. But he might lose this first leg with Gary throwing 15 darts, and that's exactly what happens. A really good sign for Gary to start things off today. If he doesn't get through this group as the group winner, he'd like a nice confidence boosting Wednesday.
Second leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure Diogo is looking for something to click over the course of the next few days
87.
in his preparation for the UK Open, because he has qualified via one of the Riley's venues for the Minehead PDC Major.
44.
As far as his live league career is concerned, he's played 30 matches here before. He's won 9 of them for a win percentage of 30%. Overall average of 82.85.
41.
And a personal best just shy of 97. So today will be a really good barometer as to where his game is at. He will have opponents like Martin Adams, like Robert Owen, Kevin Painter and Mike Warburton. And those 4 players will join us for their first game over the coming
59.
30 to 40 minutes. Good last start from Gary. Somewhat stubborn on the 60 there. He didn't want to use the treble 19 switch.
60.
Diogo's finding it difficult to get that first dart in the 60 on a regular basis to make the rest of the visit easier. You can see the rhythm of Gary. As soon as that first dart finds the lipstick, it's so much more fluent than if you're searching for scores around the board, which is exactly what Diogo finds himself doing more often than not so far.
58. Gary, you require 117.
You'll fancy this for a second consecutive 15-darter. Doesn't really scare the 57.
93.
Well, this time does find the treble 18 when hunting for it. You see that beautiful follow through from Diogo. Very, very good to watch. Making
80.
sure that every dart is delivered exactly the same. I'm convinced that
Gary required 24.
The best of Diogo's career we are yet to see. Double 6 for Robbo to break the throw.
Game shot on the second
good
leg.
stuff.
Gary Robson.
6 visits is enough to break the throw for Gary Robson. He's at the halfway point in this match because all of our matches, of course, are best of 7 legs.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
At this level, every now and again you are going to lose your throw in 18 darts, but if you can stop that from happening, you will become a lot harder to beat. Overall yesterday, the average for the day was 84.07, and this is better for Diogo.
180.
I love how he's just proved my point about the fluency of the throw. As soon as you find that first dart in the 60, it just makes everything so much easier.
41.
Best average of the day yesterday came from Martin Adams, 101.9. That was in his first game of the day. And we will have his first game of the day coming next. King of the doubles
100.
yesterday was, without question, Robert Owen. 4 of his games, he had the same double statistics. And the other one was a 50% game. So overall,
95.
he was 56.25%. With the highest, well, the second highest checkout of the day, behind Kevin Painter's 158, which was by far and away the best big out. The overall
79.
standard of yesterday's play was about 3 points down on what we've seen so far the last couple of weeks. The doubles, though, were up by about 2%.
40. Diogo, you require 142.
Got to get in this match. Can't give someone of Gary's calibre a 3-0 lead. But we did see yesterday that somebody lost from 3-0.
102.
And Gary himself was chased down by Kevin Painter when he was 3-0 up and just managed to win by 4 legs to 3 in the end.
43. Diogo, you require 40.
This has been an excellent leg from the Brazilian. Good line on that one, just under pitched.
20.
This is a bonus chance.
Gary, you require 142.
Might look at the 17s here. Very popular route these days. That leaves 74. I'm not sure he got that right.
114.
But he's left double 13, which is a double.
Diogo, you require 20.
If given the chance, he'd rather have a shot at double 13 than not having a shot at double 13. There is a possibility that Diogo was somewhat flummoxed by what Gary just did. Is he fully focused on what he's got to do on double 5?
10.
Well, Gary, like we say up in the northeast,
Gary, you
you're probably the person who taught me this. You left it.
Game
And you've
shot on
taken
the
it.
third leg.
So,
Gary Robson.
not conventional, and he did not really deserve the leg because lots of chances were missed by Diogo. But the fact of the matter is, he's taken it.
Fourth leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
Gary's leg difference for yesterday's -2. So if you can manage to bank the 4-0 victory with another break of throw,
95.
that would take him to +2. And we have 3 players in the plus column of leg difference already. Adams way ahead on +12.
100.
Robert Owen on +6 and Warby on +3. I've got a
100.
thing about Diogo at the moment. I'm thinking that maybe he wants to go down the Brazilian footballer's route and just call himself Diogo and that's it.
100.
Just the one name. So I might try and convince the guys who do our graphics just to put Diogo there instead of Diogo Portela.
190.
Let's face it, he is by far and away the best Brazilian dart player on the planet that we know of. He's been flying the flag for Brazilian darts for years now.
85.
He shouldered that responsibility incredibly. He is a living, breathing, walking picture of what you have to do to sacrifice
51.
for your dreams. And so far, his dreams haven't come true yet. But they will. They will.
60.
It's like Devin Peterson once said,
Diogo, you require 136.
if you believe enough, it will happen. And Diogo does believe. Now, Gary.
Gary,
Can you finish things off
156
with a big one? That's a good second dart. Back down to the treble 17 here.
82.
He was trying a different
Diogo,
weight of dart yesterday, Gary Robson. He was testing going back down to a 22 gram. Can Diogo find his first leg? No, he's bust a lot. He scores 92, which takes you all the way back to 76. And Robbo now has a chance to finish as the 4-0 victor. Double top.
Game,
really well done
and the match.
To get this
Gary
done
Robson.
by 4-0, and his slim chances of coming through Group A are still alive. That is the ideal start for that. It's still quite unlikely, but it's a really good effort to start his day off. A good 6 points ahead of what he was averaging yesterday. Diogo has got something to work with today. He's not going to make it through this group. We know that now. So 4 games to get himself ready for the next 2 days. We're going to have a look at the 2 people at the top of the table now. Robert Owen and Martin Adams will do battle in Game 2. A really big game here in Group A. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of Group A on Wednesday. This one really jumps off the page because Martin Adams on 10 points and Robert Owen on 8. They played each other in game 14 yesterday, which went the way of Martin. How will this one go today? It could be a case of no damage done from yesterday in game 14 if Robert Owen wins this match. However, if Martin Adams does pick up a 6th consecutive victory in this group, the 65-year-old from Cambridgeshire will open up a 4-point gap between himself and his opponent in game number 2 here. That's where things get a bit sticky for the rest of the people in the group.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Because this is only a 2-day group. We don't have tomorrow in Group A. We just have today. So with 4 matches remaining, if Adams does open up that gap, it becomes increasingly difficult for people to close that gap. I just get the feeling that if Martin does win his first 3 games of the day, he might be safe. But let's find out. Best of 7 all the way through. 15 games today, 5 per player. And today Martin is sporting that wonderful blue and white prostate cancer charity shirt. Even this morning,
100.
having a little chat with the legend, he was asking for signatures for some prizes for charity. So even when he's got stuff like this on his agenda,
60.
he's always thinking of other people. I know I've said it before, but he is a genuine joy to be around on a Tuesday, Wednesday, any morning.
180.
Well, the third dart gets in on the act there. That was a wonderful shot. And this is a hot start from Martin. Robert's got lots of problems in this
60.
game.
Martin, you require
Martin is starting well. He's got the darts. He doesn't have to go for the bullseye, even if he gets the 51.
97.
He's left himself on double 12 after 12, and that really is a big message sent to the man who is sporting the Live League colours today. Yellow and black.
60.
I've got to say, of all the shirts he's ever worn, this is my favourite.
Game shot on the first
Well, it's
leg.
not working against Martin Adams because that is a 13-dart start for him. And Robert Owen's got his reasons for wearing this shirt today, which I'll get into in a second. But Adams might be hard to catch here.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I do believe, whether this is a joke or not, I don't know. But Robert Owen is wearing the yellow and black.
100.
It's something to do with Scott Williams. Now, we will see Scott tomorrow because he's playing in Group B alongside Sean Griffiths and Paul Hogan. But what Robert is doing wearing Scott's colours today,
85.
you'd have to ask him. But I did have a very fascinating little chat with Robert this morning
100.
about some of the shots he had yesterday where he was missing tops just above the wire and he was able to understack with the way he throws the dart, and I found it quite mystifying, and we were chatting darts physics
60.
and he was trying to make me understand how it works, and it made so much sense by the end of the conversation. He has these flights which have got a little bit of a spin on them, but not too much. So they have a little bit of give when you flick one of the wings. He believes that helps the dart cushion itself left and right. But because it's not a stem and flight combination that is solid, it actually does spin when you put your finger on it. He thinks it helps but doesn't hinder. He's going for it.
Game shot
and why not?
Robert
161 from Rob Owen. That deserves an instant replay. Biggest finish of the week so far, eclipsing Kevin Painter's 158.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
What an excellent start to this match. And even that 161 against him brings a smile to the face of the Wolf. As far as finishing is concerned,
60.
Robert was the king yesterday. A rather extraordinary statistic that in his first 4 matches, he had exactly the same stats.
100.
57.14% in his first 4 games. And then his percentage went down in his last match against Martin, the only one he lost. But he still had 50%. So I suppose you would have to say that Tuesday,
59.
finishing-wise, was world class from Rob Owen. His overall average wasn't bad either, 89.03.
140.
And his best average in an individual game yesterday, 100.68. So it was a really good day for Rob, bagging 8 points. But unfortunately for him, he had this guy in his way, who averaged over 91 for the day. The only person to average over 90 for the whole day. He had a better personal best average in a match.
100.
But Robert was the king of the 180s. He had 9. Martin had 6. And no player yesterday had more than 1 ton plus finish. 4 of the 6 players had 1.
100. Robert, you require 160.
Well, just replicate what you did in the last leg, Rob. Fair to say it hasn't worked out this time.
85. Martin, you require
He has saved that visit with the last dart. Martin's not able to do the same.
Robert, you require
so this is a huge opportunity. It's got to be 16 for tops. He just gets the single.
36.
And wires the tops. That's the kind of dart he was putting in yesterday
97.
for double top. But with the second one in hand, he was finding it. Treble 18. Not found.
57.
So Martin unable to hold in 6 visits.
Robert, you require
6
40.
visits will be enough for a break.
Game shot the third.
That's all he needs. You can't at the minute leave Rob Owen on a double with 3 darts in hand because there's only one result based on the evidence we have this week, and that is a Rob Owen win.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
A vital break, which he needed at some point in this match because he did not have the darts in the odd-numbered legs. He had the darts yesterday against Martin. He let it slip. Today, so far, he's doing the right thing in getting them back. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us on Twitter today
54.
at Darts Live League, as you can see in the bottom right corner of your screen.
$140.
You can even tweet myself if you wish at the Asset 180. And if you have any views or questions, by all means, if it's relevant, we can give you a shout out.
60.
Let us know if you're working or at home or working from home or doing something a little bit different. We had a few people yesterday working from home, but
58.
watching the live league from the corner of their eye. That didn't look like a comfortable dart, that first one for Martin. And things just aren't happening for him since leg 1. The average has come tumbling down from 115 in the first leg towards 85 now. And Robert Owen's average has steadied at around 95.
100.
That's a much better visit. That's
Robert, you
something for him to
require
build on potentially
120.
in what could be a game where he needs a comeback to get the points. Because Owen is already at the point of winning
100.
some vital shots in this match. We didn't know if that shot was in. It was almost disguised. So he has missed a shot at tops to take a 3-1 lead. Hasn't missed
42.
tops a great deal over
Robert,
the last day and a bit.
20.
Double 10. Is the dart in the way?
No score.
I think it was. So he may have issues on that double if he doesn't find it with the first dart. A lot of players love the 25 here.
100.
25 would have left the 2
Robert, you
darter as
require
opposed to
20.
the single 20 leaving the 3 darter.
Game shown the 4
It
flag.
is of
Robert
no
Owen.
consequence because Robert Owen is owning this match so far, and he only just needs one more leg from the possible 3 that we have left to get himself onto
Fifth
10
leg,
points
it's
with
Martin
Martin
to throw
Adams.
first. Game on.
The words cat and pigeons come to mind. So instead of a 4-point gap, it could well be 2 tied at the top
140.
with a 4-point gap to the next person in the table, which will be Mike Warburton on 6 points. It's been steady most of all from Rob. He has missed 5 darts at double, but he has taken that 161 out. And the 91 average has been pretty accurate in my opinion. Sometimes
100.
you look at games and you think, how is he averaging over 100 here? It doesn't look like that, but if somebody said to me, what is Robert averaging without looking at the stats, I would have said around 90.
60.
It's not an insurmountable lead, and we know what Adams can do when he's on the brink. He can find some magical things. It's not so much about this leg now, because he's a massive
80.
favourite for it.
Martin, you require 121.
It's all about the next leg, really. But just get this one done first, then worry about the next problem. He's going for this.
96.
With a 140-point lead before those darts. I don't know why, but maybe it's Martin in tunnel vision.
100.
Who are we to criticise,
Martin,
right?
you require 25.
Double 8. Don't leave Robert on 161.
9.
Oh, how was that missed? So, for his second 161 of the match,
Robert,
it will
you
be for
require
2 points.
161.
Not meant to be.
45. Martin,
If Martin is to
requires
lose this
16.
game, he'd much rather lose it in a tight fashion
Game shown the
than
fifth
by a
leg.
margin. I'll get
Martin
into that in a
Adams.
second. But that is the first of 2 holds that Martin needs to win this match. But he has to break Robert Owen here to get a chance to
Sixth
hold in
leg,
the
it's
last leg.
Robert to throw first.
So if this is 4-2 to Robert Owen and he does hold
96.
in leg number 6, there will be a 4-leg swing in leg difference. It would bring Martin Adams down to plus 10. It would then bring Robert Owen to plus 8.
140.
So they would have the same points and separated in leg difference by only 2 legs. Now, if Robert had won the last leg
100.
and won the match by 4 legs to 1, they would have the same points and the same leg difference. We just don't know yet how big that last leg was.
135.
If we can't separate players by points, we look at leg difference. After that, we look at legs won. And more often than not, we don't have to go any further. But if we do, we look at things like head-to-head record, even averages if it gets that far. And funny enough, Adams's average is now 90 exactly. And Roberts has come down to 87.5. Those stats have been up and down like yo-yos in this match.
140. Martin, you require
this
143.
Is the big moment. Now Adams has to rely on Owen missing 107. Didn't put a massive hole in that one.
Robert, you require 107.
Can Robert put a full stop on the match here? There's 57 of them. Tops.
67.
So a match start has been missed.
Martin, you require 83.
This is for a break of throw to have the right to throw the match out in the next leg. We waited with bated breath. That was so precise. I would have to say that double 16 from the angle of the right-hand side was surgical. It's 3-3.
Seventh and final leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
It's a closer game than they had yesterday. Martin won by 4 legs to 2 on Tuesday, averaging 88.5. Before this throw, his average was 88.75, so a quarter
55.
of a point better. A somewhat similar contest to Tuesday.
$140.
No one find one more break. If he doesn't, he's up against it today. He will then have to rely on mistakes from the Wolf.
85.
Mistakes that may have just been made. Owen's only thrown 3 darts in this final leg, and he's already got the darts back.
60.
You just know that one of these two is going to win the group, right? You can just sense it. I'm sure Mike Warburton's got something to say about that. He hasn't even played yet.
$45.
But Owen's mistakes are not being punished. That's actually a lovely lie for him.
140.
There's the evidence. He just tries to sneak them in just over the top. And he keeps leaving that number. Martin needs the lot.
140.
Give it every chance.
Robert, you require 161.
But it's 6 darts from here, and that is rather luxurious. Especially now.
99.
Again, the 25 is preferred by a lot of top pros. In that spot with your opponent not on a finish, leave yourself below 60.
100.
To give yourself single to double combo, whereas this
Robert,
now is
62.
treble to double combo, which is harder. It's going to be 1 dart. It's going to be no darts, and Adams can't believe his luck.
30.
That might be the biggest moment of this group
76.
so far. Because if Adams takes this, he wins. He doesn't miss the single. Does he miss the match dart?
56.
There is your answer.
Robert,
so Owen has dodged a bullet.
32.
He created possibly his own downfall, but now he's looking up to double 8.
Game.
He's going to
shots,
love that
and
dart,
match.
especially
Robert
just
Owen.
getting over the line. But I think it's fair to say that Adams will admit that he did not deserve to win that match in the end. He was scrapping from pretty much leg 2 to the very end, but very similar averages, 87 and change. We've got similar 140 plus scores, and the doubles are similar as well. But ultimately, Robert Owen was the victor, and he's made this group a lot tighter now with both of those guys on 10 points with 4 games to come. We take a short break now, but when we come back, Mike Warburton will start his challenge to get closer to those players up against Kevin Painter. Interesting duo so far, as Robert Owen has closed the gap to Martin Adams. But now the next game is pretty much all about Mike Warburton and how close he can get to the top 2 challengers. His mission is clear. He needs wins, and he might need them all. Steady day yesterday for Mike. 6 points. Leg difference of +3. And most of the time on your first day, that will be good enough to say I'm well in contention. but he's already 4 points behind the top two. Painter, though, with 2 points from a possible 10 yesterday. He's playing catch-up, and I think in his own mind, it's all about getting into position for the next couple of days.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
So one of two possible Gavin and Stacey matches today. This is the Gavin to the Stacey, and of course the Welsh players Robert Owen and Mike Warburton will be the Stacey.
123.
If you are tuning in from overseas and you have no idea what I'm talking about, I apologise. Yes, but Mike Warburton yesterday, it's just typical him. I've watched so much of him the last couple of years, and you just know what you're going to get with him. He's still working towards top form right now. And judging by the way that Kevin Painter started here, you might need to find it pretty quick. But 88.83 for Mike. That was his average for yesterday.
140.
Bagged himself 4 maximums with 37 and a bit on his doubles percentage. It's just really consistent stuff from Mike. Even when he's not on top form, he still provides good stats.
85.
We know the level he can attain. He's got some of the best individual games in Live League history. As far as Kevin is concerned yesterday,
140.
his overall average
Kevin, you require
was pretty similar. He just didn't get the points. Treble 19. Would have left a shot at double 18.
53.
And Warby's got a chance to steal leg 1.
Mike, you require 121.
Bullseye for the steal.
96.
Oh, there was some wire there. That was close.
Kevin, you require 60.
Heart in mouth stuff here. As we look at double top from the angle, because that flight is firmly in the way.
Game shot.
Great shot from Kevin Painter. A really solid 15 dart start for him, and that will make everything more difficult for Mike Warburton in this one, especially when he doesn't have the darts.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $81.
Yes, Kevin's day yesterday, 87.07, which on most days would see you bagging more points than you lose.
100.
He had equally the most maximums of any player. He got 9 yesterday alongside Robert Owen. His doubles percentage was down though at around
140.
30%, just over. He had the biggest finish of Tuesday's action at 158, and equally
45.
Not equally, he had the best leg of the day. He had the only 11 darter. But points were lost in last leg deciders.
118.
He lost a last leg decider to Gary Robson. He lost a last leg decider to Robert Owen.
140.
He lost a last leg decider to Martin Adams. And that was the tale of Kevin's day.
$100.
You're only thinking one thing when you're on 216. You're thinking maximum. Surely.
180.
I agree, Kev, completely. As soon as that first
62.
start went in, you're thinking max. As soon as the second one went in, it was inevitable. Oh, the mistake is made on the single number. It could have cost Robert Owen against Wolfie. It didn't.
36.
Is it going to cost Warburton? Ooh. Double 16. He gave that single one a proper looking at. Can still fix it. And does.
On the second leg.
That's experience right there, because you can't let the things that happened before really spook you. Even though he did look a bit spooked, he does fix it. 2-0 Painter.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Now I can say this because I've played Kevin many times. There is an art to being able to handling him.
58.
He's got presence on the hockey. It's something that can't be taught. He walks around with a confidence, shoulders high, chest out. He exudes confidence.
140.
If you cowl in his presence, he will gobble you up. It's as simple as that. You just got to get on with your job and play your own game. You can't let him dominate you.
140.
It's one of the reasons why he's had such a prolific career over the last 25 years and done what he's done. Because in between the ears, whereas a lot of players and pundits
60.
alike think he may have been slightly fragile in that department, I completely disagree. It's a bit like that guy from the old 70s TV program, Reginald Perrin, or The Rise and Fall of Reginald Perrin. He's like Reginald's boss, CJ. Kevin's got every right to say, I didn't get where I am today without ...
60. Kevin, you require 164.
This is looking like his best performance of the week so far. The week is young. We've got a double session tomorrow, double session on Friday.
82.
And of course, finals on Saturday night, which you don't want to miss. It will consist of the winner of this group, 2 players from Group C, which starts tomorrow morning, and 3 players from Group B, which will be live on
Kevin,
Sporty Stuff TV
82.
tomorrow night from 10 p.m. Single number this time is right in the middle from the Englishman.
62.
Good line, just under pitched on the top shot.
Mike,
And Warby will be hoping he gets a shot at tops here. And he does.
120 score.
It's in. He wasn't sure. Best to check and go for the right number. And it was the right number. What a finish from Warburton. You're just thinking for a few seconds that Painter's marching towards a 3-0 lead. But how's his luck? His luck wasn't in there. The execution for Warburton is perfect.
Game on.
Now we will see what happens from here, because yesterday Kevin did get himself a few leads, but more often than not they were extinguished somehow.
140.
Kevin has been with a few darts manufacturers over his career. I'm not going to list them right now because it's not the right thing to do. But I've got to say, the stuff he's using right now looks pretty good. His darts are going in at that angle that he craves. Slightly upright. Got that little kink from the left with a flight. It works. This is a Painter setup. This looks like the kind of stuff he was throwing back in 2004. If you haven't seen the World Championship where he made the final, watch them. Watch the games. That was one of the best World Championships I've ever watched.
45.
Just a little lack of consistency. Great score, then a 45. He'll be hoping to go back to a somewhat type of hitting 140s
58.
when he comes back to the board now, because if he does, he's going to find himself on double 18 again. It's likely.
95.
Just flails that left leg a little bit on that last dart. Sometimes I wish that it would just stay down until the dart is thrown, and that way the body just stays in the right position. Look at Kevin's face as soon as he hits those 2 treble 20s. It's as if to say, I know you're coming.
81.
It's just a question of whether you're hitting a 180 or a 140. Treble 18 needed now. No shot at the ball or a double
41.
from 81 is an error, unfortunately.
Mike, you require 88.
If Warby plugs this on his throw, we've got a level game all of a sudden. It's his turn to miss the big number. But he recovers.
52. Kevin, you require 40.
This would be for a huge break of throw. Didn't get the line. Got the line?
No score.
Oh, that's cruel. How was that missed? I didn't even think there was a gap there. It's amazing how many
Mike,
times we do that.
36.
We walk to the board and we just stare at it. And we just hope that by some sort of percentage it's grabbed the inside of the double, but it hasn't. Can the third dart find the target here?
18.
No. And Painter comes back for tops.
Kevin, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot
It's
on the
found
fourth
for a
leg.
20
Kevin
dart
Painter.
break of throw. And now he's got multiple opportunities to serve this one out. He does not want to have to use leg number 7. So let's have a look at leg 5 and see if he can do it.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
There's been quite a few misses at double in this match. 7 from Kevin and 5 from Mike Warburton. But
100.
if you think about the averages without looking at the misses at double, it's actually a decent game. Just under a 92 for Kevin. Just under a 91 for Mike. Just
60.
imagine if they were a bit more accurate on the outer ring, how those averages would change.
$100.
Well, today is a very big day in the culinary calendar, of course. This is the day where all of the big-time restaurants find out if they've been
60.
gifted 1, 2, or even 3 Michelin stars. Or if they've held on to their star status. Who's going to be holding on to star status in Group A? But I'm going to
82.
give a big shout out to my close friend Adam Handling, who has this morning received his very first Michelin star. So I'm unashamedly right now saying, well done, Adam.
100.
He probably won't be watching because he'll be in the kitchen right now, but I'm absolutely stoked for my friend Adam, who has worked tirelessly over the last 15 years for that. Congratulations.
177.
Congratulations, Kevin, on what is a perfect 177. I'm going to call that a 3-star visit.
100.
We'll call it a 4-star game.
Kevin,
if you can find 10 and double 16.
42.
There's been a lot to smile about in this game for Kevin. There's been a few errors, but there's been more to cheer about
Game,
than
shot,
to jeer
and
about.
match.
14
Kevin
darter
Painter.
really finished that off, and that is what he wasn't able to do on Tuesday. There's that pause, takes his time on that match-winning shot, gets rid of it quickly. Yesterday, there were too many times where he let his opponents back in, but not Mike on this occasion, and that scuppers his chances of possibly winning this group. 94.37 average and 36% is good enough with a high checkout of 60. He still hasn't got any huge checkouts this week apart from that 158. So round 1 is done. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's round number 2. Round number 2 of the matches for Wednesday will begin now with Gary Robson up against Robert Owen. So we turn our attention towards the top of the table once again. The 4-point gap between the top 2 and Mike Warburton remains. Where will Owen be after this? You see Robson at 6 as well. And all of a sudden, he's involved. This morning he was thinking on 4 points, maybe I've got a chance. But if he beats Robert Owen here, he not only stops him from taking the lead at the top, but he gets himself involved and is only 1 win behind. Things are getting interesting here on Wednesday. Just when we thought it might be a 2-horse race. Let's find out if it is.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to say it one more time. Yes, he's looking very coordinated today, but I am a big fan of this dart shirt because everybody knows I love a bit of yellow and black. Is the yellow just a bit too vibrant for me? I prefer that sort of more honey style yellow. Anyway,
60.
We digress. Both grabbing a win to start their day. Gary beating a somewhat
40.
under par Diogo Portela. And Robert Owen disposing of Martin Adams by the odd leg, which has now put him in striking distance of
100.
the top spot. The only reason he's not in top spot is because his leg difference is slightly insufficient, and he is currently 4 legs behind Martin.
100.
We will see Martin for the second time today as he takes on Kevin Painter in Game 6. Now, if Kevin brings the kind of game
60.
that he did just now against Mike Warburton, then Wolfie's going to have a really tough day. I'm going to make no bones about it. Adams is in the practice room now thinking, I want Gary Robson to do me a favour. This is the beauty of round robin play.
28.
The complexities, the possibilities. But now that he's beaten Martin Adams,
100.
Owen is thinking, win the rest of the games today, get to 18, and that should be enough. The only reason it wouldn't be enough is if Martin Adams wins the rest of his games
60.
and has better
Robert,
results
you require 80.
as far as the legs are concerned. Double top has been good to him.
60.
Not on this occasion. Is he going to have one of those days where tops doesn't work, but double 10 does?
177.
Well, double 10's going to have to work.
Robert, you require 20.
Double 5.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's a
on the first
gorgeous
leg.
dart.
Robert
It's an
Owen.
aggressive shot. No defense right there, as they say in the NFL, because he could have easily pitched one over the top to give himself a gauge. No, straight for
Second
it.
leg, it's
1-0.
Gary to throw first. Game on.
Yes, Gary Robson
100.
and I had a nice chat yesterday walking back to the hotel. It's been quite a while since Gary and I went for a walk. Had a bit of a catch-up. It was really, really nice.
60.
Talking about things up in the northeast and some of his old pals. He says he's back on the tools with his mate Paul Smith. I wonder if
78.
Smithy's watching today. If you are, Paul, I hope you're well. Been a long time since I've seen you. But one of the most influential people
97.
in Northeast darts since I've been around anyway. I was always told in the mid-90s when I joined my local team that he was the man to speak to.
32.
And they weren't wrong. Hell of a nice guy who could have played for England back in the mid-90s, Paul Smith. Superb dart player.
96.
But what Paul Smith has done throughout the last quarter of a century is
99.
being there for his friend Gary. Thick as thieves, those two, and you need friends like that when you're looking for success. I've had my supporters over the years that I'll never forget
60.
from around the world. I've been very lucky. And Rob's got his supporters as well, his family, his friends, his sponsors. And of course, when he forgot his darts shirts a couple of days ago, he had to get some emergency darts shirts sent down. So we all need a helping hand now and again. That's 80 scored, leaving 108. I'd go 18s here.
100. Gary, you require 132.
He thought he could squeeze one in. Unfortunately, he was wrong. 57 for Bull. Now does Owen stretch his lead here?
Robert, you require 88.
If he does, that's a break in the bank. Bullseye, he's found it already today.
63.
Not right now.
Gary, you require 68.
Just a shot at double 16.
36.
The amount of times he wired that 32
Robert, you
yesterday,
require 25.
quite extraordinary. Double 8 for Rob Owen for a break of throw.
9.
Somewhat uncharacteristic leg here from
32.
these two. Can Gary find double 8? Oh,
24.
that is an absolutely wicked deflection on that other
Robert,
dart. It bounced
60.
straight off it into the single.
Game
Double
shot
4 is found,
leg.
and somehow Robert Owen does get that break of throw. He got a little bit lucky to get that bonus visit or two, but in the end, it's 2-0 to him.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
And his
Game
face tells the story, as if to say, did that leg really just happen?
77.
One thing we can say is if Robert Owen does win this match and gets to 12 points and Gary stays
100.
on 6, with the amount of games that remain for these players, Gary is almost out of winning this group. This is a must-win game for him.
100.
If you think these players are not aware of what's happening in the table, you'd be wrong.
140.
They're keeping a very close eye on it. The only person so far
58.
that was eliminated early from the possibility of winning this group was Diogo Portela, because he lost his first game. Kevin Painter was
140.
pretty much never going to be in it anyway, even though he won his first game. He's 6 points behind even with that first win, but he needs all the games to go his way, not just leg-wise,
87.
but result-wise as
Gary,
well.
you require 121. 64.
We are going to see, over the course of the next 3 games, in round 2, people eliminated. And we're going to see whether it's a 2-horse race or not. It's very much
59.
dependent on what Robert
Gary,
Owen and Martin do.
57.
Double top.
Game
That's
shot on the
much
third
better.
leg.
That's a
Gary
14
Robson.
darter from Gary Robson and breaking straight back. And that is a great bounce back, because the previous leg, I think they would both admit,
Fourth leg, it's Gary
wasn't
to
that
throw
great.
first. Game on. 135.
It's been a funny old hour for Robert Owen. There was some massive highlights against Martin Adams. 161 out.
140.
87 average, which is decent. It was enough to win. But in this game, his average has plummeted.
55.
Sometimes when you're playing, you're very much playing the player as opposed to just playing
100.
your best stuff. And your game can be dragged down. And we saw that yesterday with some of Gary's performances where he did win, but if you looked at his stats,
86.
he'd be horrified by them. Yes, the players just want to get the win, but just to paint a picture of that, Gary yesterday had his best average of 94
41.
exactly against Martin Adams and lost. His worst average of the day was 67 and won. Now, what does that tell you?
137.
Averages lie.
$75.
Good switch there from Owen.
Gary, you require
Sensible
88.
one too. Double 14. The
Game
fluency
shot on the
of
fourth
the
leg.
last two
Gary
legs from
Robson.
Gary Robson. That is reminding me of the guy that I met 25 years ago. That was fast, speedy, fluent, rhythmic stuff.
Fifth leg, it's
Two
Robson
consecutive
throw
14 darters.
first. Game on.
There's always a thing when we watched Gary growing up that he would always start quite
63.
deliberate. And then when he started to speed up, that was a really bad sign for everybody in the field, whether it was a Super League match, whether it was a local competition in places like Bedlington
99.
or Blakelaw or Stormont, Maine, outside of Gateshead. All of these places we've been to for local darts tournaments.
85.
Oh, they were the days. Walking into venues like that and wondering, oh, who's going to win this today? Is it going to be Gordon Dobie? Is it going to be Robbo?
140.
Is it going to be Stoddart? Is it going to be Phil Nixon? God, they were good times.
$180.
That could be the first maximum of the day for Robert Owen, and it is. He got 9 yesterday,
92.
as did Kevin Painter. But Kev, who banked 2 maxes in his first game of the day, is currently top of the 180 charts for Group A.
123.
I'll keep an eye on that one for you.
Gary, you require 170.
For a 12 darter. Things could swing once again.
94.
And as soon as somebody lifts their
Robert, you
level, look at what
require
Robert Owen does
50.
again. He finds something. He's got 2 dots at tops this time. Double 10. Comes
Game
to
shot
his
on the
aid.
fifth leg. Robert
15
Owen.
darter to hold things, and he is 3-2 in front now in what is becoming a very entertaining game.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on. $100.
I'm trying to think back, you know, I mentioned the Stormont, Maine Springbank Classic. That used to be one of the biggest local tournaments in the north of England back in the late 90s.
60.
First time I ever went to that tournament, I made the semi-finals. I lost to Colin
140.
Donnison in the semi-finals. I was devastated. I took out some great names on the way as well. I remember very vividly taking out Dave
60.
Gradwell, someone who I superbly admire, even to this day. I do believe Colin lost to
26.
somebody from County Durham in the final. Gary something. I forget his name now. But the following year, I went back to try and have another crack. And Phil Nixon won it, beating Gordon Dobie in the final.
60.
And I really do remember who Gordon Dobie beat in the semis. A certain Glenn Durrant.
100.
The things you don't forget. Owen needs a max. Not going to get one.
140. Gary, you require 135.
Doesn't need to use the bullseye. and doesn't. That's experience. That's good tactics. Well, 69 leaves 66.
79.
That'll do. With Owen on 181, leaving a 2 darter like 56 is not a bad setup. Difference in the averages is massive.
140. Gary requires
7
56.
points. Is there anything separating them in the leg count?
Game shot
No,
the
because
sixth
the
leg.
doubling from
Gary
Robson has been
Robson.
really good. Whenever he's had that one shot on a combination, he's taken it. 3-3 it is. And we go to a one-leg shootout.
Final leg. It's Robert to
And
throw
it is
first.
possibly the point of no return for Gary Robson in Group A. If he wins this leg, he's on 8 points. If he loses it, he stays on 6. And Owen jumps to 12. Advantage Owen after the first 3. 2 treble visit for him. And he still has the darts.
77.
He will revisit the 19s surely when he comes back. There's not a great deal of grip on these darts, is
100.
there? Just grip where he needs it. I've never seen Gary Robson's grip on the dart up close. I'd be fascinated to see how he holds it. And right now, Robert Owen is holding it together. That 133 was rather magnificent.
140. Robert, you
as was that 140 from Robbo.
170.
We're down to the final furlong here.
100.
Great ton. Great ton.
161.
Is this possible? Well, he sets up the double. And Owen
Robert,
is looking for 12 points in the lead in the group. Get the single. Double 16.
54.
This group could be wide open
Gary, you
if
require
Robbo takes
24.
this leg. Double 6. That is
12.
unbelievable. All 3 bent the wire. 2 on 6s and 1 on 12s. That
16.
is rather unfortunate. And Robert Owen is leading a charmed existence
Game,
as he
shots,
takes the
and
16
match.
darter.
Robert Owen.
Just talking to Robert Owen there, isn't he? About how close can you get to double 6 and to double 12 without hitting it? Well, he just showed us how close he could get. He's lost the match with an average 7 greater than that of Robert Owen. And his checkered percentage did come down to 30% in the end. But what a very good, entertaining game that was. Robson stays on 6 points, but Owen up to 12. Key thing for him. Diogo Portela will take on Mike Warburton now, and Warburton's got a lot of problems if he is to stay in the contention for Group A. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday. Group A is coming to its conclusion over the next few hours, and it could be the conclusion of Group A for Mike Warburton if he does not win this game against Diogo Portela. Diogo's having a free hit today, getting himself ready for the next couple of days, replacing Jason Hogg, who was not able to play for the rest of the week. So, Mike Warburton now currently has 6 points. Suffered a loss in his first game to a very inspired Kevin Painter.
First leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
But with Robert Owen, his countryman from Wales, now on 12 points, 6 points ahead. The only way that Warburton can win this group is if he wins the rest of his games today, all 4 matches. And he needs the results to go his way as far as Adams and Robson and Owen are concerned. Everybody needs to lose the right results to him and to other people. So it's unlikely that Mike is going to win this group, but it's still possible. But as the games go on,
60.
That likelihood shrinks a little bit. Now this game is going to be quite a deliberate game. And what I mean by that is you're not going to see a great deal of quick darts. There are 2 players on the hockey now who like to set themselves before each dart. Up, set, throw. It's not a continuous motion. Up, set, throw. This is what Diogo works on. Rhythm.
59.
And for me, that's the strongest part of his game. I think the strongest part of Mike's game is just that gorgeous technique of his,
60.
which I was talking about yesterday. If you wanted a dart throw for Christmas or for your birthday and it came in a box and you came out and looked at it and it was Mike Warburton's throw, you'd think, yeah, I'm happy with that.
95.
Personally, I'd be ecstatic. But I've had a really good question from Clive on Twitter, saying that he's watching
100.
the live league today and he says that we're playing on the Blade 6 board. And why are we playing on the dual core board as opposed to the triple core board? Well, it just goes to show, Clive, there's more than one Blade 6, isn't there? There's a dual core version and a triple core version. Today we're showcasing the double core or the dual core.
89.
Almost showcasing a 101 checkout as well. As Diogo gets a look at 82, where most people go for the bullseye first. Not everybody. No, it might look a double 18 now.
26.
Should be a break of throw here. 12. With Warburton's action, he'll love double 6. Maybe not. There he gets the Richard Ashdown double 3. We all love to see it. And it is a break of throw for Mike. And how he would dearly love, not just to get a win, but a big win.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Reason for that is because his leg difference currently sits at all square. So right in the middle of minus and plus. The one problem he has is points. He's 6 points behind the leader. The other one is that he's behind when it comes to leg difference too. Owen's on plus 8. Wolfie's on plus 11.
180.
Second 180 of the day for Diogo Portela. He got one in his first game against Gary Robson, where he lost by 4-0.
140.
Warby answers back with a second consecutive 140 score. Anyway, Clive, after getting in touch on Twitter about the Winmore dual core Blade 6, I hope that answers your question.
98.
Dartboard manufacturers make many different dartboards. And of course, the triple core dartboard is the top of the tree. That is
85.
That is the best one you can buy. But the dual core board is very much a board that is from the previous tech, but is still
39.
a very, very, very good dartboard,
Mike, you require
which is what we're using today.
136.
And just watch out over the course of the next couple of evening sessions, because we might have some triple cores up there.
96.
That incorporates the carbon technology, of course, and if you want to know more about that, please head to the Winmore website.
$60.
Warburton doing very
Mike,
good
you
things in this
require
match.
40.
Just looking efficient as ever. Double 10.
$20.
Unfortunately, everything breaks down there and he gets an overbite
Diogo,
gritting
you
of the
require
teeth.
124.
Treble 18, the must. Gets the next door neighbour.
48.
So Mike's had a
Mike
couple of sighters on
requires
double 10.
20.
Can he put it right? Not ideal, but not the end of the world.
10.
Somewhat uncharacteristic shots at double 10 there, and you can see how cheesed off
Diogo
he is.
requires
If I
76.
was in his spot, I'd feel exactly the same. If he loses the leg, he's going to feel even more cheesed off. Double top.
56.
Fortunately for Mike, he comes back, but
Mike
this time it's a different
required
target.
10.
Double 2. Does this work?
8.
He's in the madhouse. And unbelievably, Diogo is getting a
required
shot
20.
at a 7-visit break of throw.
Game
It's a
shot on
really
the
nice
second
find
leg.
from the Brazilian.
Diogo Portela.
And he apologises for taking that leg. I'm not an advocate for the apology when winning a leg, but let's face it, Diogo didn't deserve that one.
Third leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
But this opens up the discussion about why darts is so great. There's no such thing as a fluke in darts. We can talk about
98.
fortunate shots, the infamous treble 18 deflection from Johnny Clayton last year, and we've seen a few canny deflections here at the Live League as well. But you have to win the leg.
180.
You are never given a leg. We don't have gimmies in darts. Let's face facts. If it was golf and we just had that leg right there, let's have a bit of a cross golf darting analogy
59.
here. Diogo would probably say, do you know what? I'm so far behind. It's your leg. You can have it. It's the equivalent of having a 6-inch putt in the Ryder Cup. That's not what we do in this sport. You have to find the killer
140.
shot. You're never given it. You get nothing for free in this game. And that is one of the things that we love about it.
$100.
What we do have in this match is some very strong dart shirtery. If you didn't know where these guys were from and you wanted
60.
to know, all you'd have to do is look at their shirts and you would definitely guess that Warby's from Wales and Diogo is unquestionably Brazilian. If I was going to go out and buy a dart shirt
Mike,
of anybody really, it'd probably be Diogo's. It's one of my favourites. If you're looking to make a dart shirt for yourself, give it some identity. That's what it's all about. You've got to be recognisable in it. Make it different to somebody else's. Or everybody else's. Diogo's shirt looks like
60.
nobody else's.
Mike, you require
It's a
24.
bit of a Johnny Clayton-esque look about Warbies, but
Game shot on the third
when he's hitting
leg.
13
Mike
darters like that,
Warburton.
he's not thinking about JC, he's thinking about MW. 2-1 up now, and he has been the better player in this match. He'll be happy now that he's 2-1 up, but he should be 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Yeah, the difference between Mike's shirt and JC's shirt is that there's no ferrets on his.
140.
I've had a lot of messages over the last couple of days
48.
since people found out I was doing the commentary this week, asking if I'm going to be playing this year. Well, it is my intention to play here in the summer.
60.
Currently on the practice board myself, trying out a few things to get things right. I've got no injuries at the minute. Touch wood. I'm surprised by touching that wood I didn't get a finger injury, actually.
60.
But the intention is to play in the summer, which will hopefully give me the chance to go up against players like this to see where my game
60.
is at. So I hope that answers everybody's question. But if you got any more, please get in touch on Twitter. Like I say, it's a Wednesday. You can ask what you want on a
61.
Wednesday. Diogo averaging 71.95 in this match, and 17 clear of that. And that statistic is
100.
Mike, who was playing much more consistently with 5 throws of over 140. But the thing that's dragged his average down is missing 10 shots at double. You can see that Diogo is just struggling to find
77.
any consistency on the inner ring.
Mike, you require 141.
He'll be hoping that that will come towards the end of the day, or even towards the end of this match. This one isn't over yet. It's getting closer to the end. I think Warby fancied that 141, you know.
109.
He'll fancy the 32 when he comes back. Sensible play there, going back to the 60.
Mike requires
Trying to leave
32.
156, but comes up 1 dart short. I don't know whether he can see much more of that. Hence why that one went to the left.
Shot on the
But
fourth leg.
he finds a
Mike
really good
Warburton.
correction. 3-1 here, and most definitely the better player in this match is winning it. So Diogo with the free hit has got to win 3 straight to
Fifth
win this
leg,
one,
it's Diogo
to get his
throw
first 2 points of the week.
Game on. $100.
Let's go through who you will see tomorrow. Incredible that it's Thursday tomorrow already. I'm still getting used to this new format here at the Live League where we start on a Tuesday. Group B will see
60.
places 4, 5 and 6 from Group A today. Graduate to the same time slot tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. That could well be Diogo, and I'm sure it will be.
97.
Because he looks like he's up against it here. And the best he could do would be 6 points by winning his final 3 games. So if he's in Group C, he will be joined
100.
by 2 other players and Stephen Burton, Graham Usher and Daryl Pilgrim. Then come Friday afternoon, 2 players will come through that group to go to Saturday night's final, where £2,000 is up for grabs. As far as Group B is concerned, spots 2 and 3 from this table will be joined in a 5-player group by Scott Williams,
100.
Sean Griffiths and Paul Hogan. And 3 players from that group will qualify for the finals on Saturday night. The goal of the week, of course, is to make Champions Week, which happens in March.
133.
And we already have some players who have booked their spot in Champions Week. The likes of Josh Payne, Chaz Barstow, Andy Jenkins. They came through week 1. Mike Gillett
60.
won the finals on Saturday night in week 2
Diogo
over Scott Baker.
50.
And Thibaut Tricol of France has also booked his spot. Does Diogo book 50 points? Looking above that dart.
18.
And Warburton is not out of this one yet. Pressure coming.
105. Diogo, you require
Diogo and his doubles
32.
in this match is 1 hit from 5 attempts.
Game shot on the
Make
5th
that 2 from 6,
Diogo
which makes it
Portela.
a nice even 1 out of 3, which in mathematical terms is 33%. That's kind of where you want to be minimum, but now he needs 2 more legs to get the points.
6th leg, it's Mike to throw first.
About those finals on Saturday night, a place where Warburton is really aching to be,
100.
to finally have some success. If you make the top 3 on Saturday night, you will be back for Champions Week. So if you make the final, you've got a crack at the £2,000 bonus, and you've got the guaranteed
96.
invite for Champions Week as well. But if you don't make the final, and you are in the semis, you will be involved in a playoff with another player to see whether you're coming back or not.
100.
I talked about what Mike Warburton brings to the Live League and brings to darts in general, statistically. It's just typical Warby. Again, it's 87.5 average. It's a
98.
checkout percentage that's down on what it's usually doing, between, say, 30 and 40%. He is Mr. Consistent. You know exactly what you're going to get from him. But now and again, he will throw something
100.
ridiculously good. We haven't had that yet from him, but it will come. It is inevitable.
$59.
He's got 6 darts to get this done. When you're on 201, you're thinking, I want to get it done in 4. But 6 will be fine.
60.
He might need 6 from 141. He might be only afforded 3.
121.
That miss on the last dart to leave
Mike, you require
that famous check out of 127 ensures that Diogo's got a chance to stay in the match after 6 legs. You just knew he was going to hit that bullseye, right? He had a 105 on approach in the last
Diogo,
leg.
you require
This time, when he needs the
127.
25, he gets the bull to leave 11. 57 for that bull. Not found.
55. Mike, you require 11.
Single 3 for double 4. We'll see Mike bank 2 points. Oh, that's
7.
close. But not close enough.
Diogo, you require 72.
16s, 12s, 20s, 2 double 18s. Lots of options. There's 48 of those 72 points he needs. Double 12 to stay in the match was missed. Double 6 is not missed.
Diogo
So
Portela.
3-3, and Diogo could be scuppering plans for Warburton in his comeback quest for this Group A table.
7th and final leg. It's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
it is conceivable that Warburton should have won this match 4-0. He was 1-0 up. It was 1-1 when it should have been 2-0. It was 2-1 when it should have been 3-0. And of course, Warburton should have really won the match by now.
140.
He's missed 2 match starts at double 4. His average is 10 better than that of Diogo. Diogo has not got one 140 score in this match. Mike's got 6. I'm just trying to paint this obscure picture. And this match is as obscure a picture as, say, looking at a classic Frida Kahlo picture through some glasses that aren't your prescription. It just looks a bit strange. He's not cutting a confident figure today, Diogo. He's just having a lot to contend with. When he's missing his shots like that, he's stopping and resetting every time. It might be better for him to just stay within his rhythm and let the shots come to him.
140.
That's me sounding very technical. But Warburton, staying in his own rhythm, is on 81 after 9. A sublime leg. Ultimately, he does deserve to win this match.
Mike, you require
based
81.
on what he's done in it. But like I said before, he's the one who's got to bank the final double. Match start 3.
49.
And he will return for 32. He's got a few seconds to think about it now. But when he comes back, he might be under all sorts of pressure. Should be a 140. Fair play to Diogo, who's clinging on here. But Warburton comes back for match darts number 4, 5 and 6. Finds it. He did deserve to win that one. And he stays in contention in Group A, but only just. He moves to 8 points within 4 of Robert Owen. It just means that he has to wait for the next match to see how he matches up against Martin Adams as well. Diogo with a better average than his first game. He still needs to improve a little bit more, but Warburton, it's just what you get from him. 88 average with a little bit more on top. His highest checkout was that last one, 32. So, quel problème for him on the doubles, but it wasn't troublesome enough. Next, it is the game that you're probably waiting for all day. It's Painter against Adams. We'll have that one right next. many people's eyes, it was the game of the day yesterday. So let's have a look at round 2, shall we? It's not round 2 in the matter of today's games. Actually, it is. It's the end of round 2, isn't it? My mistake. So round 2 between Painter and Adams. Ding, ding. Round 2. As far as the table is concerned, things are looking very interesting. Painter, well, he's got 4 games left, and all he can do is get to 12 points. The likelihood is Owen is going to get one more win, so Painter pretty much knows he's out of it. And he will be mathematically out of it if he wins nothing in this game against the legend that is Martin Adams. But let's just disperse with all of the table stuff at the minute, just for one game.
First
and let's
leg,
talk
it's
about
Martin to throw first.
what this game represents. Longevity. That's what it represents. We talk about people coming into the game and how long they can play the game at such a high level. Now, if you think about someone like myself, for instance, my last World Championship was in 2018, or the 2019 Championship. So my first one was the 2009 Championship. So you could say that if I didn't throw another dart in a competitive setting, my career was 10 years, which isn't that bad. But when we're talking about Martin Adams, we're talking about 3 times that. And we're also talking about that with Kevin Painter, because it is almost 30 years since he made his England debut, which was back, I believe, in 1994.
134.
Did you know, as well, that Kevin Painter's first 3 darts in an England shirt were a 180? It's one of my favourite little factoids about Kevin, that one.
83. $44.
I think about the county teams that these guys have been involved in as well. Scary stuff. Amazing men's A squads, which of course were the breeding ground to get those England shirts. Martin playing for Cambridgeshire with some amazing players there. Likes of Les Hodkinson, great player from that region. Dennis Harbour. Of course, Painter playing for Essex.
50.
He was surrounded by greats. Colin Lloyd, Al Hedman. So many players who have come through the county of Essex.
140.
And now we've got Keegan Brown, who lives in the Isle of Wight, actually playing for Essex, believe it or not. He's very good pals of Richie Howson, of course, who did very well at the World Seniors, like these two did.
Martin, you require 66.
Loves a bullseye on a 66 checkout, does Martin. Martin gets the slow zoom on double 16,
34.
but with no success. And Painter has a chance to break in leg
Kevin,
1.
you require 48.
Two 16s as Martin watches on.
Game shot on the first leg.
Classic Painter, 17 dart break. That will do the job, but you fancy later in the game 17 darters might not be enough.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $60.
That's a part of Kevin's game that puzzles me a little bit. Why does he persist on that 60 there when it's blocked? You will see that from both of these players, and as soon as I say that, Martin switches. I could be sitting here all day long talking about Martin's achievements. So I'm going to save some of that for later in the week. But as far as Kevin is concerned,
60.
we all know about his successful Players' Championship win back in 2011, beating Mark Webster in the final. I think the victory he enjoyed the most, apart from the final, was the semi against
140.
Scott Rand. That's where he survived a couple of match darts from Cool Hand Rand. Now, we don't see much of these days.
140.
But let's talk about what else Kevin Painter has done. He has won 5 PDC titles on top of that major championship. He won the Bob Anderson Classic back in 2002.
59.
He won't want me to remind him that was 20 years ago. He won the Eastbourne Pro. That was back in 2007. And he won the Sheppey Classic in 2004. Of course, that was the year that he made the World Final. So the Sheppey Classic would have been after that final. He's also won a couple of UK Open qualifiers back in 2004 and 2006. One of them was in Newcastle, and the other was in Southampton.
100. Kevin, you require 120.
Can he find the 60 after the blocker here? Just pitches into the dart, as you can see. Now, does he want to fiddle around with treble 16 here with Martin on 68? This is a bit of a quandary when it comes to tactics, because that second dart might fall on the floor if he's too greedy. See,
41.
It nearly did.
Martin, you require 68.
I think maybe either tops or treble 16 was the play there. But Adams for double 4. Doesn't find double 2, and now Painter has 79.
Kevin, you require 79.
There is, of course, that idea that maybe just hitting a single 20 was a good play, giving himself 20 in tops. This way, he's only got one dart to double, and it's a double he takes. Well, I'm laughing in the commentary box. Kevin is laughing, and I'm sure Wolfie's probably laughing, thinking, what on earth was that end of the leg?
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
It is a break of throw, and they're both having a bit of a giggle. It's serious stuff here, but every now and again, all you can do is smile. Martin won by 4 legs to 3 yesterday.
60.
Kevin had his best average of the day, 95.38, and lost. But he has got a really good start here, and he's making a really good start to like 3-2.
140.
And I've done Kevin a disservice, actually. I said his debut for the England team was in 94. It was actually in 1993. If you want to watch
60.
that debut, it is actually on YouTube. You can find it. Just type in British Internationals Men 1993. I think all of the games are on
95.
there. And it's a bit of a who's who, the England team. And, of course, the Scotland and Welsh teams as well. If you've got yourself a few spare hours later tonight, I'd give that a watch. Glorious.
180.
He's going to need something like that to stay in this match, that's for sure. Back comes Painter with a max of his own.
180.
That's what top-rate dart players do. When someone hits them with a 180, they can come back with one of their own.
$60.
Now, can Kevin complete
Kevin,
in 4 visits to give himself that 3-0 lead? Could be equaling the best leg of the week, which he holds.
Game shot.
And now it's a 12-darter.
Kevin Painter.
One of his best legs of the week. And with a 3-0 lead against Wolfie, there is one person in this building thinking, I'm liking this, and that's Robert Owen.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Just imagine if Robert Owen comes into his next match, which is following this against Mike Warburton, after
30.
a 4-0 loss for Wolfie, which keeps him on 10 points and reduces his leg difference to +7, which would mean Owen would lead on points and leg difference for the first time in this group.
140.
hate to say it, but it has to be addressed. I'm kind of glad that Kevin can't hear me when I say this, because if he could, he'd probably clip my lug. He did have a 3-0 lead yesterday. He did lose it. He doesn't want it to happen again.
180.
Well, Adams is starting to find those maximums, that's for sure. But if Kevin is to relinquish a leg, I suppose
100.
this is the one to relinquish. On Martin's... Well, actually it's not, because it's Kevin's throw. He doesn't want to relinquish this one. Because imagine if he does, and then Martin does hold his throw on the next one. All of a sudden it's 3-2, and it's a very different game.
140. 100.
So,
Martin, you require
it's
41.
Martin's turn for an 11-darter attempt. Double 16 for that 4-visit leg.
Game shot.
Very good.
Leg.
Equalises the best leg of the week so far. We may see a 10-darter at some point, or possibly a 9. But for now, we will settle for 11s, that's for sure. 3-1 to Painter.
Martin to throw first.
If he wants to win by 4 legs to 2, he must find a break of throw. And like yesterday, the averages are good in this game. What is it about these somewhat old-school England legends when they play each other? They just know how to lift their levels. Now, I've said a lot of things about Kevin the last day and a half, but that right there was the best visit of his week scoring-wise. Not just because it was a 180, but because the rhythm was so much better than every single visit he's had. It looked inevitable. When he plays slightly quicker and in this rhythm, he's so much better. So much better. He's what I call Kevin getting on with it Painter. Here's his problem though. Painter's hit 5 treble 20s out of 6 darts, but Wolfie's got the darts and he's hitting this an absolute truckful as well. And he's looking for a second consecutive 11-darter. A somewhat sickening blow to the belief that Painter might win 4-1.
85. Martin, you require 56.
Is it 2 consecutive 11-darters? No, but it is a 12. And in the last 3 legs, we have had 12-darter, 11-darter, 12-darter. Yeah, this is a good game, all right.
6th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
This is the one that Kevin wants to win. He does not want to go to the last leg because Adams would have the darts.
140.
Look at that. Confident look. Somewhat cocky. No wrong with that. Thoroughly enjoyed this game once again. I could just watch these guys play 15 times a day. He can't get rid of him. He can't get rid of him.
180.
I tell you what, if Painter hits a 180, Adams would say, stick the quad board up there, I'll get a 240.
140.
What a game. I want to make this one best of 11. And now Kevin's thinking, boy, oh boy, he's hit a 20. Not for long. Not for long. Of course he hits a 140. This game is just bringing the smiles out of me today. Oh, fair play to you. Fair play, Kev. You're going to get a look at that 81. You deserve it after this scoring performance. Now, a lot of people would go bull or 25 here. But he doesn't do that. He's aggressive and he gets the 140. Game on the line.
Kevin, you require 81.
If you're Kevin Painter, potentially. Oh. Could we finish with 2 11s and 2 12s and 4 legs?
Game,
Oh, what a
shots,
game.
and the
What
match.
a game
Kevin
that was
Painter.
from start to finish. And unbelievably, you are going to see a massive losing average from Martin Adams. It's enormous. And the winning average is 103. Adams has averaged 108.7 and lost 4 legs to 2. What a game that was. I wish we could just rewind and rewatch that. Stunning game of darts. Well done, Kevin Painter. And Robert Owen now loves you to bits because he's kept his 2-point lead at the top as we go into round 3 of the matches. Speaking of round 3, it is Robert Owen who we will see next. He will be playing off the back of this against Mike Warburton. Well, if that didn't whet your appetite, I don't know what will, because that was a personal best performance here at the Live League for Kevin Painter, and I do believe that is one of the biggest losing averages we've ever had, with Adams over the 108 mark. So plenty for him to think about as he sits in second spot. But at the top, it's Robert Owen, who now tries to stretch his lead to 4 points. Three matches left for these players. And we know that Mike Warburton is not out of it yet. If he wins this game,
First
which
leg,
Martin
it's
Adams
Mike to
wants
throw
as well,
first. Game on.
he's now going to be within 2 points himself. And he would be on the same points as Adams, albeit with one more game played. But I'm going to reiterate what I said
60.
yesterday. This change of format in 2022 to making Group A 2 days, I like it. I like it a lot. Anything that's intensified
63.
is good with me. The equivalent of leaving a lovely sauce on the hob for an extra 5 minutes. It just intensifies the flavour.
140.
But if Warburton does win this off the back of just beating Diogo Portela by 4 legs to 3, And Adams being held back by Painter.
100.
Warburton can now thrust himself into contention with a win right here. But on the flip side of that, if Owen does win,
180.
he can eliminate Mike Warburton from winning this group. We're at that point now. This is round 3. 3 games to go for all of the players.
100. Mike, you require 121.
Open up a 6-point gap over your opponent's stack attack, and you've eliminated 1 person. And in the process,
97.
you would eliminate a couple more as well. Robson would be out. Painter would be out. But Adams wouldn't be.
96.
So Warwick
Mike
has been
24.
obviously watching the game between Painter and Adams and is looking to do similar things. Hit this earlier.
21.
Oh, he won't like that one bit.
Robert, you require 142.
Not going to be taken.
90.
Robert Owen
Mike
beat Mike
required
Warburton by 4
3.
legs to 2 yesterday. So Warby's looking for a bit of revenge here.
Game shot
And he's
on the
got
first
that
leg.
combination.
Mike
The only
Warburton.
way you can get 3 points in this format is 1 for double 1. I'd like to see he made it look easy, but both darts were to the right of their
Second leg,
target.
it's Robert to throw first.
But they found the requisite bed. Warburton has
100.
4 titles to his name. Irish Classic, Irish Open, Isle of Man Open, Welsh Open. There's some very nice titles in there.
60.
Of course, the Welsh Open in 2018, where he beat Andy Hamilton in the final. That was where everything really started.
45.
His ambitions are to get to the PDC Tour, of course, like it is for most players. But he had a little taste of it last year. His first taste.
60.
And in his own word, or own words, he loved it. He loved the setup. He liked being surrounded by big-time players. He wanted to be tested.
82.
He didn't have a great deal of success, but he wants more. As for Robert Owen, he's been there.
100.
He's been to the thick end of a major as well. We're going back to Minehead in the next couple of weeks for the UK Open, and that's where Robert had his best weekend. Getting to the semi-finals of the
81.
infamous Beast from the East UK Open. What we were calling it
100.
was the greatest show on ice, or the greatest show on snow that weekend. Just the fact that some of us got there was a miracle. I remember that tournament like it was yesterday. In fact, it was 4 years ago.
22.
I'm not embellishing anything when I say this,
43.
but I remember walking from my accommodation to the venue and the snow being knee-deep. I don't remember knee-deep snow since I was a child.
135. Mike, you
Survival of
require
the fittest that weekend.
138.
Survival of the most accurate this day in the Live League. 60 needed to leave tops.
56.
He rejected that and went for the big
Rory,
treble
you
in the
require
18 department. I don't know
36.
why. But Owen, looking at double 18 to level things up.
27.
That will displease him.
Mike, you require
Is
82.
Warburton going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons in this match? Well, that leaves 65. That leaves 50. That
Game
leaves
shot on the
nothing.
second leg.
What a
Mike
way to take
Warburton.
it. He's the one who left 82. He rejected going for the 60 to leave tops. And you don't see many 82 checkouts on the bullseye.
Third leg, it's
That's
Mike
for
to
sure,
throw
because
first.
most people go
Game
bullseye
on.
first. The amount of times I've seen Group A go to the wire
100.
when it was a 3-day group. I've seen Robert Owen denied winning Group A by the smallest of margins.
123.
He's the one that if he wins his next 3 matches, nobody's going to catch him. It's that simple.
100.
But it's easy for me to say that. He's got to go out there and do it. He's the one who's got to beat Mike Warburton. He's got to beat Kevin Painter in the form he's in. And he's got to finish with Diogo Portela at the end. I just wonder if it's going to come down to that game against the Brazilian.
100. $81.
All social media feeds are lighting up after that game between Adams and Kevin Painter. Can't say I'm surprised. Everybody was looking forward to that game. It didn't disappoint.
60.
Best game of the week by a country mile.
157.
This game's going to have to go some to eclipse it, that's for sure. The averages are way
60.
under what we saw in the previous encounter.
Mike to require 141.
There would definitely be a scrunching of the face if he was to find this. That's what you tend to get from Mike. Just
100.
a bit of a meaty look when he hits a shot like that.
97.
He almost looks angry when he goes for shots like that. He won't be angry if he finds 41 though, because it will give him the 3-0 lead. And
41.
this so far is going the way of the man from North Wales.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
third
North
leg.
Wales is winning
Mike
this one, that's
Warburton.
for sure. And also winning in this scenario is Martin Adams. All is not done yet. 75%
Fourth leg, it's
there.
Robert to throw first.
And usually the last 25% is the hardest bit.
60.
As if all of this is not enough to tantalise your taste buds. We've got Robson and Adams
60.
next. And that was a pretty good game yesterday too. But you might see some new ink on the arm there of Robert Owen. He was talking to me about it yesterday.
81.
Telling me it took 6 hours in the chair for that. I can attest to the fact that getting a tattoo on your or around your elbow
100.
joint is pretty painful. The things we do for art. A lot of dart players these days are covered
83.
in tattoos, the likes of Joe Cullen, Yella Clarkson, Devin Peterson. Phil Taylor's got a few. And of course, if you look at Kevin Painter's arm, he has got the name of his daughter tattooed on his arm.
60.
In fact, a lot of dart players have got the names of their children tattooed on their body somewhere. 140 there from Rob. Still don't know how he does that. As much as I talk to him about it, it still doesn't look right. Looks like he defies physics. We've got two players here who are using the moulded flight technology.
Robert, you require 137.
Which you don't fold down in your dart case. It needs a protective plastic shield to keep the right angles right.
97.
That's worked out pretty well though.
Mike,
But this is for the match.
120.
We've had 1-4-0 today so far, and that was against Diogo Portela by Gary Robson. We might still get a 4-0,
60.
but only if Robert misses 3 at tops.
Robert, you require 40. Game shot on the
No
fourth
such luck.
leg.
For Mike, he's going to have to go all the way back to 501 points. And that is the quandary. When you're so close to victory, you don't get the shot. You've got to do all the yard work again.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Quite incredible when you think
100.
about what's coming up over the next couple of months in darts. If you're a darts fan right now, things have never been better. You got PDC Players Championship action.
58.
You've got European Tour action coming up again. That's in Risa next week. You've got Live League all the time. And if you're a Live League fan,
100.
you're getting your dose every single day. And we're happy to bring it to you. WDF tournaments are cropping up. And of course, the WDF World Championship is 2 months away. In fact, less than 2 months away. It's only about 6 weeks away. Maybe 7. Great 125 from Warby. Great answer to that maximum from Owen. Owen beat Warburton yesterday by 4 legs to 2. Average of 91.93, and of course he had 57% in his doubles because he did have in 4 of his 5 games. But Mike's just thinking 136 here, leave tops, take tops, and hope in the middle that the 127 is not taken.
125.
Very good.
Robert, you require 127.
That leave gives him options if he comes back. Bull.
102.
Now can Warburton
Mike
take this cat,
51.
look at the pigeons and throw it amongst them. Double 16. Oh,
19.
that's close. 2 darts for the match, gone.
Robert, you require 25.
Does Owen save his skin? Oh, he has as well. He's clinging on to this lead at the top of the table and the advantage of points that he has. Because if he loses this match, everybody's going to be on his tail.
6th leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
You just don't know how important that leg could be. Even if he loses this game by 4 legs to 2 or 4 legs to 3, just hitting that
81.
shot could be the difference between winning this group and losing it. But twice now, Warburton's been in position to win the match. Once, it wasn't his fault. Second, he missed 2 match darts. But he has to go all the way back to 501 again to put himself in that position 55. Once more. It's the equivalent of trying to run through a wall. It didn't work the first time, so you've got to take that run up again at about 100 yards. And every time you do it, you feel more exasperated. Oh, here he comes.
140.
Third 140 of the match for Rob. 1 maximum, which is exactly what we've had from Mike. He's only had the 1 140, but he's had 15 tons
100
and above. To 7 from Rob Owen. That is remarkable consistency. But is that one of the reasons why we get more
65.
Steady performances from Mike as opposed to the blistering ones? He doesn't group the darts together as much as somebody else does. He's incredibly straight.
100.
But there's another ton. His 16th.
Robert, you require 160.
Uh-oh. That's not in.
140.
That is, though. So if Warburton wants to win 4-2, this has got to go. 2 more match darts. Oh, he nearly busted. But he doesn't bust that one. That's a superb dart because after he goes for that double 8 the first time, he's thinking, uh-oh, I think that one's going in the 32. It didn't, but he finds a typical Mike Warburton performance, and I might be saying that a lot today, but this is just what he's doing. 87, 40%, high check out of 82, and ultimately he has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to this table. Wolfie is definitely not out of it, and neither is Warburton. He is still very much alive. Robson and Adams will come next, and Adams really wants to get back on the winning train. This next match is the middle match of the day, so Game 8 will see us into the sandwich portion of today's play. So 7 matches have happened, 7 matches will happen after this. But before we get there, we've got Martin Adams in second position in the table, and with that superior leg difference, if he finds a win here after that Robert Owen loss, he will find himself at the top of the table once again. As far as Gary's predicament, he's on 6 points with 3 games to play. And he can still get to 12 points if he beats Wolfie. And if he goes on to beat Kevin Painter and Mike Warburton as well. So he's technically not out of the running yet. But it's very unlikely to win it from 6 points for him and for Kevin Painter. Mike Warburton has got himself in the race now. 2 consecutive wins for him.
First leg, it's
Robert
Gary
Owen,
to throw
Kevin
first.
Painter and Mike Warburton are all on 4 points for the day. Gary's got 2 from his 1 successful win and 1 loss. A little bit earlier on to Robert Owen by 4 legs to 3. But he's looking to reverse his 4-2 loss to Martin yesterday. That was a very good game to watch. Martin with the high check out of the match of 121, which was found on the bullseye. But what do we say about the previous match that Martin played? Only won 2 legs, averaging 108.7. It's one of the biggest averages he's put in live league darts. It just goes to show how good the scoring was from start to finish from both players.
100.
Where the high finishes in the game were 86 and 56, respectively. And with that performance,
58.
Painter will be floating right now before he takes on Diogo in match number 9. But that's all forgotten. Painter has got himself on 6 points.
81.
Adams remains on 10, and his predicament of coming through this group hasn't changed a great deal because he's lost his last match and so has Robert Owen.
180.
So it's as you were pretty much. This is the game in hand that Martin has on Robert. If he can take advantage of it, he will be at the top.
140.
And that's what you want from 180
Gary,
points.
you require 103.
Perfect 140 approach. 86 left.
55.
Is Robbo about to relinquish his throw in leg 1?
Martin, you require 40.
He was hitting these with ease a little bit earlier. Double 5.
35.
Every dart player on the planet
Gary, you require
hates
48.
it when you split tops, 10s and 5s. Double 16.
32. Martin, you require
Now
5.
you've got this teensy-weensy 5-pointer to take care of here. Just floated over the top of that one. Just
Game
like that.
shot on the first leg.
Same height as the
Martin
previous
Adams.
dart, but the line is to the left. You've got two options in that spot. Float it over the top of the other dart, or just go to the left with the same sort of weight. That's exactly what he did.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
The leg difference you feel is going to come into play now. Adams at +9. Owen at +6.
41.
It's one of Mike Warburton's big problems. He's only on +3.
45.
And it was at this point yesterday where Gary was playing his best darts of the day, but he still wasn't picking up results. After this, he did pick up points, but his level of play did start to dwindle.
45.
So I'll be fascinated to see what happens from here.
$100.
I mentioned yesterday that these guys have been playing each other for a very long time. But when you're involved in things like World Seniors, that's always going to be the case, isn't it?
54.
Gary didn't qualify for the World Seniors in the recent weeks, but he will be trying to qualify for things like the World Senior Masters and the World Senior Match Play, which is later in the year. Places like Hull and Lakeside. He hasn't picked up a ranking title since 2016. Gary Robson, which was the England national singles. That's the only ranking title he's won twice. Won it back in 2011 as well. He does have other ranking titles to his name, things like the England Open back in 2011, which was one of his best years on tour. Won the Isle of Man Open in 2007.
Gary, you require 138.
Won the England Masters in 2014 as well. Ooh. I like this way. It's a hell of a lead, that, Gary. He won't mind me saying that. I think he'll see the somewhat fortuitous side of leaving 32 there.
$60.
Double
Gary,
16 then, after
32.
that somewhat fortunate leave, after the attempt at the 138. Now, they're both in the way.
16.
He's having a few problems down in that region. He's missed a
you
lot of
require
darts on the wire of double
135.
16 and double 8. Now, 60 for Bull. Just pulls it to the left. If he'd have hit that 60, that bullseye was really hard to hit.
59. Gary, you require 16.
That's a good guide.
Game shot
There
on
you
the
have it.
second leg. Gary Robson.
Perfect for that dart to just sit on the outside wire and just kiss it inside that red bit. But the standard of this game is something below what we saw in Martin's last game, that's for
Third
sure.
leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Let me say this while I still can. Martin's average in this game, albeit because it's only 2 legs old,
55.
has come down from his previous game with Painter by 37 points. You know for a fact that the average is going to climb now. In the best way possible.
140.
Because of darts like that. Everybody's entitled to a bad start to a game. As long as you start to fix it.
180.
That's how you fix it. Beautiful 180 there from Gary, his second of the contest. Never been noted as a big 180 scorer, actually.
$59.
I suppose this is the right game to talk about a jaunt that Gary and I took in 2001 when we went to Liverpool to play the British Open.
125.
We were travelling with his then partner Colleen, who was a fine player herself for Northumberland. And when we got there, we hooked up with Gary Anderson. Stayed at the Adelphi Hotel where
Gary, you require
the whole thing was going off. We decided to go for a Chinese meal on the Saturday night. Chinatown in Liverpool.
125.
And to this day, Gary Anderson always ribs me about how I took most of the aromatic duck and pancakes. This is a much better leg from both players.
135. Gary, you require 16.
Double 8. Was good to him last time.
Game
It
shot
is
on the
to him
third
this
leg.
time as well.
Gary Robson.
14 darts will elevate your average most of the time. It does in this case to close to 86.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Boy, these guys have seen some talents come and go over the years. They've got more stories than Jackanory, I can tell you that about darts.
140.
And some other things as well.
60.
Gary would probably want me to say that Matthew Edgar's not the only Edgar in darts, because we used to travel with a lad called Gary Edgar. Back about 20 years ago.
100.
That was the thing that people did back then. They would travel together to cut costs. There wasn't a massive amount of money in the game, but people wanted to play for titles.
140.
People wanted to go to the British Open. They wanted to play at the Adelphi in Liverpool. Consequently, that tournament was won by John Boy Walton. That was a very successful year for John Boy. He had a decent time of it at the recent World Seniors Championship as well. Winning the John Derby over John Part.
60. Martin, you require 121.
61st here. The new school attitude is 25 first. He's going to go for this.
81.
Well, maybe that is the most ingenious leave I've ever seen. If you go to any local darts match, whether it be in a pub, a club, a darts venue, and you do that, everyone's going to say, good leave.
Martin, you require 40.
For 2-2.
Game shot on the
13
fourth
darter
leg.
for Martin Adams.
Martin Adams.
And it's time for his average to climb a little bit towards 87 now. So this game is getting better. Best of 3 from here.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure you'll see these two at exhibitions throughout the year as the UK gets back to some level of normality.
125.
Talking to Gary yesterday, he said he's got plenty of exhibitions booked sure Martin's got a few as well. You'd be surprised as to how approachable most of the people within this sport are. They hate to look at themselves as superstars or celebrities. They look at themselves as people
81
that are just good at this game. Just happen to do things within this game. Remarkably humble people. It's not the case for all of them.
100.
Some of them think they're superstars, which they are.
$85.
Well, you've got two wonderful players here. I really do love to make people happy by doing signatures, photographs, and entertaining the audiences with incredible dartistry,
60.
of which you've seen some of it today. Quite remarkable that Gary Robson has only
85.
represented his country once. Considering how long he's been around. And he didn't always play county for Northumberland, of course. He played with Gary Anderson up in
60.
Scotland as well. So he
Gary
played
require
Scotland
125.
county as well as England county. But he only played for England once in 2005. That, to me, is a huge
68.
anomaly in his career. He should be about to take the lead once again, though, as this game has just gotten a little flat. The averages have plateaued at around 86.
82. Gary require 57.
Is Robbo taking the lead?
Game
He
shot on
purses
the
his
fifth
lips at the
leg.
top shot,
Gary Robson.
but the double 10 is good, as he does take the lead once again. And he's already got more legs against Adams than he did yesterday. One more,
Sixth leg. It's
and
Martin
Robert
to
Owen
throw
is going to
first.
think it's Christmas.
Game on.
What are these players doing for Robert Owen's chances of getting through this group? Paint has already denied Wolfie 2 points. Robson is looking to do the
95.
same.
$84.
It's good
140.
from Adams, who is trying to survive here. And you just get the feeling that he's been trying to do that all day. He's lost to Owen. He's lost to Painter. He could lose to
60.
Robson. And after having a perfect day on Tuesday, I was going to say Monday. Still can't get my head around starting on a Tuesday. He could wind up with no points today if things keep going the way they are.
80.
He's got a game against Diogo Portela
140.
in game 12 and then Mike Warburton in game 14. So after this, he's got a bit of a breather. I get the feeling he's going to need it just to collect his thoughts, to figure out what he's got to do to win this group.
60. $140. Martin, you require 126.
Well, my advice to you, Martin, is to take this now. Because Robbo might take that 77 and gobble up the points. Bullseye from the brink.
101.
Very close.
Gary, you require 77.
Double 10. Oh, it's
67.
2 match darts missed. And that
Martin,
would
you
have got Robson
require
to 8 points,
25.
keeping his slim hopes alive. Adams needs this.
17.
He doesn't find it, and Robbo comes back with 5-5 open for
Gary, you
business.
require 10.
Things are getting tricky. 1-1.
No score.
4 match darts missed now.
Martin, you require 8.
You don't fancy Martin's going to miss this. Come on, he says.
Game shot on the 6th.
He was very right
Martin
to say it, but Robson does have the darts in the last leg of the contest. This one has been somewhat attritional. And maybe the best dart of that entire leg was the last one.
Game on.
Wolfie does have a history of beating players from the northeast of England by very short margins. Just go back to that 2007 World Final against Phil Nixon, where he was massively in front. Then all of a sudden, he was having to win a last set decider. That in itself is proof. That last set in 2007 is proof of what Martin Adams can do. Forget about the previous 12 sets.
21.
Just being able to do that under that pressure with that onslaught from Phil Nixon just goes to show what Martin Adams is about. He's a fighter. An accurate fighter.
180.
Had to go 19s first on 299. You can't start on 20s on 299. And most dart players would say that you really shouldn't be on 299 to start with. This is a grind for Martin.
40.
Look on the bright side. 9 darts thrown by each player. And Adams has a 1.5 dart lead. But for how long? Not long at all. And Robson will get the first look at a finish in the last leg of the contest. How vital is that last dart going to be?
Gary, you require 112.
It is of no consequence if this is found. He's going for the 60. He's found it, I think. Oh, he hasn't. Oh,
52.
I was really going to say it. I thought that was in.
96.
But somehow it didn't find the target. Now how big is hitting that 60? It didn't make any difference.
88.
Gary Robson
requires 60.
Could have won this contest 4 legs to 2, but he missed 4 match darts. He gets a 5th and possibly a 6th. But only needs the 5th as he gets over the line by the odd leg, and Adams has come up dry in his first 3 matches of the day. A somewhat arduous affair with the averages under 86, but ultimately Robert Owen is kicking his heels like a leprechaun right now, full of beans and full of happiness. We're going forward to Kevin Painter against Diogo Portela next, England versus Brazil. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday. We are into the second half of our play in day 2 of Group A. So let's look at Diogo Portela up against Kevin Painter, who should be on a high. Still doesn't look 54 to me. Throwing an 18-gram dart these days. Never really been one to throw anything heavy. But Diogo, 33 now. It's been almost 4 years since he won his only Challenge Tour event. But the Challenge Tour is something that Kevin dabbled in a little bit after losing his tour card, but has decided not to utilise that avenue anymore. Diogo getting the free hit today. Still hasn't registered a win in his first couple of games, but he does have 3 left.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
As
Game
does Kevin. Now, if Kevin does win those 3 games, first one here against Diogo. Next one against Robert Owen. That's a big
100.
match. And then finishes up against Robbo. He will finish on 12 points. But Robert Owen is still at the top on 12 points, as this group has been bunched up
77
because of defeats to Owen and defeats to Adams as well, which he's had 3 of them. So strangely,
100.
Diogo's got no victories today, and Adams has got no victories. Just when you think you've got this game figured out, you see a day like today.
180.
Nice start from Diogo. Now, if Diogo does find his first victory of the day against Kevin,
82.
mathematically, Kevin will be out of the running for top spot in this group. Right now, it's extremely unlikely he's going to win the group. But maybe it's just a question of time
140.
until he is eliminated. If it's not just about the points, it could well be the leg difference as well, because Kevin's leg difference at +1 is drastically behind
59.
the 2 guys at the top.
Diogo, you require 104.
There's been a lot made of this checkout over the last year or so, whereas a lot of people think that going 16s first is the right call.
56. Kevin, you require
There's
160.
nothing wrong with going 16s first. Maybe we can talk a little bit more about it in a second. There's nothing wrong with the 160 out. Saw one of those earlier from Mike Warburton against
140.
Painter.
Diogo, you require 48.
Finish of the day belongs to Owen with a 161 so far. That came in match 2. Double 16.
Game shot on the first
That
leg.
is the best
Diogo
leg
Portela.
of Diogo's day. He's obviously been using the first couple of games to get his eye in. But if he can produce more darts like that,
Second
then
leg, it's
everybody's
Diogo
going to
to
have to
throw
take
first.
notice.
Game on.
That was a 14 darter from Diogo. And I was just looking back at that win in the Challenge Tour in 2018 and who he beat. First of all, it was Carlo Van Peer by 5 legs to 1. Then, as he went into the next round,
85.
he beat Barry Bates by 5 legs to 3. Of course, we saw a bit of Barry here last year. Lovable guy from South Wales. Then he took out Lewis Pride by 5 legs to 1. After seeing off Ricky Williams by 5 legs to 4, which looked
96.
like a bit of a tough encounter. We've seen a bit of Ricky as well. After that,
44.
he took out a certain Callan Rids, didn't he? 5 legs to 4. It's so funny because I've just had a text off Callan Rids in the last 10 seconds. It's almost like Callan knows I'm about to
100.
talk about him. But after that, Portela sealed the championship back in the Robin Park Tennis Centre in Wigan with a quarter-final victory over Richie Corner. Beat Big Ben Burton in the semis and took out Michael Barnard in the final.
60.
It's funny that, because Michael Barnard used to share a room with Kevin Painter on tour. And Kevin's nickname for Michael Barnard was Farmyard, because it rhymes with
85.
Barnard. And he had a little song for him. And everywhere he went, he would just sing, "Oh, Michael Farmyard," everywhere he walked.
140.
We got sick of it. But now that I look back on it a few years later, it's actually quite funny.
$56.
Well, Diogo's playing decent stuff here. But Painter hasn't caught fire. When that shoulder, that right shoulder gets involved, he tends to pull the dart.
Diogo, you require
with
64.
That sprinkler motion of the right shoulder. That's his tendency. He does fight that. Well, look at this from Diogo.
Game
Ooh,
shot on the
very
second
good.
leg. Diogo Portela.
17 darter to back up the 14. And somebody's been practicing well in the last hour. He's bringing the practice game
Third leg, it's
to the
Kevin
match
to throw
board.
first. Game on.
By the way, if anybody is interested, that text from Callan Rids is all about the fact that Gary Robson has come here to play at the Live League, and he's not playing at Super League with Callan Rids and Davy Gradwell. Callan has called Gary's behaviour shocking. Well, I'll let you answer Robbo's reply to that, Callan.
137.
What you should do, Callan, is get Sean Longstaff to play for you on a
78.
Thursday night. You're on first name terms with Sean now. See if he's any good at darts. We know he's good in the midfield.
$57.
One thing we should mention about Kevin's last game against Martin Adams is the fact that Martin's average was his third best in this room.
180.
It was the third highest ever losing average in the Live League. Kevin's average was a personal best. And as a combined average of Kevin's and Martin's,
100.
it was the 10th
Kevin, you
highest
require
combined.
180.
That's how good that game was.
$52.
I don't think Kevin will be happy with that visit at all. And he's given it the whole slow walk back, giving himself time to think. He will never be rushed.
45.
Oh, Diogo hates that last dart. And I
Kevin,
hate to say
you
it, but I do
require
as well.
66.
Because I hate it when people leave themselves on odd numbers like that, like 162. Well, not odd, just a bogey number. Well, that's all right. 47 left. So if he wants double 16, he's still got an option. Double 16.
34.
Now, you can finish this in soft tip darts, but you can't here, because in soft tip you need 2 treble 20s and treble 14 for a master out finish.
$96.
Good approach, but you would suspect
Kevin, you
that Painter is
require
going to find this.
32. Game
And
shot
he
on
does.
the third leg.
17 darter
Kevin
of his own
Painter.
to answer Diogo's 17 darter from leg number 3. So the averages in this one aren't that far apart. 89.11
Fourth
for
leg, it's
Painter,
Diogo to throw first.
93.72 so far for Diogo. Vastly improved on what we saw from him a little bit earlier. But one of the reasons why his average is so good is because when he gets to the finish, he hits it immediately.
140.
2 hits from 2 attempts.
$84.
We're still getting tweets about that Adams Painter game. I think there may be a bit of pressure from our production squad to get that put on YouTube on its own.
100.
It really was a good game. You can, of course, catch the entirety of today's play on YouTube a little bit later. It will all be clipped up and put on the Online Darts Live League YouTube channel. And if you are tuning in via that today, we welcome you, as well as the people tuning in via their favoured bookmaker streaming services. Just remember, if you are choosing to have a little flutter today, please gamble responsibly. It's for over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information.
100.
Wonder how many colours there are on that painter shirt. He's only got a little bit of yellow at the bottom. But there's a lot of yellow on this Brazilian shirt. He's wearing those naughty light grey trousers as well.
100.
I think you should get some really nice blue ones to go with this. The same colour as the collar. That's my advice to you, Diogo. Get some lovely blue trousers. Double 16 for 3-1.
38.
First time he's missed a double in the match.
Kevin, you require 117.
Treble 19 is the must. Not happy about something. Not happy with the visit
93.
at all.
Diogo, you require 32. Game shot on
He
the
finds it.
flag.
He's not making
Diogo
many mistakes on the
Portela.
doubles, is he? 3-1 to Diogo now. And Brazil 3, England 1. That's got a bit of a familiar ring to it. In darts terms, probably not.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Something isn't right with Kevin in this game. He doesn't seem to be a happy chappy. Let's talk about something that did make him happy,
96.
shall we? That win at the Players' Championship finals a few years ago. It's almost forgotten that he beat Colin Osborne in the first round. And then he took out Gary Anderson by 8 legs to 4 in round 2.
96.
Also largely forgotten. I distinctly remember the quarterfinal though, when he took out Mervyn King. That was by 9 legs to 7. And that was after Mervyn had taken out Phil Taylor by 8 legs to 5. Post that, it was a free-for-all
97.
between Webster, Painter, Wes Newton and Scott Rand. And it was Painter that came out on top after beating Rand and Webster. His closest match was against Cool Hand Rand. 10 legs to 9 in the semis. That's the perfect first start. As to whether
100.
Kevin should have moved to the 18s on Dart 2 is up for debate. Maybe he was going for potentially getting the 60s first and then the 18 after.
41.
After this match, it will be round 4 of our matches for today in Group A. And with 2 matches to go,
60.
only 4 points can be banked by each player from this point. 1 more leg for Diogo in the match. That will mean that Kevin can only
100.
get to 10 points in the
Kevin,
group,
you require 148.
meaning he's just playing for a place. As to which group he will be in come tomorrow, we just don't know.
100.
It may depend on this finish
Diogo,
from
you require
Diogo.
124.
1 miss at a double so far from 4 attempts. Does he get a shot at the bull? never really scared it.
56. Kevin, you require 48.
Double top to keep this match going.
Game shot on the
central.
fifth leg.
Beautiful shot from Kevin Painter, who now is 2 hits from 4 attempts in this match. And the doubling has been really good in the whole contest.
6th leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
Quite a few times Diogo has been in this room and has got himself in front, but has ultimately lost the match. How he would love to come through this against a player who has just had a personal best on this hockey.
100.
Just to plant a little seed of confidence in his own mind.
$180.
Talking about seeds of confidence, we've talked about Painter winning that ranking title from 2011, but before that, and this is one of the most surprising statistics, I would say, when it comes to his career. His previous ranking title before that was in 2006. 5 years before that.
45.
That was in, let's face it, one of the greatest towns in the world, Newcastle upon Tyne. Let's see who he beat en route to that. I'm sure there's some names in there. Chris Chatham in the early stages.
60.
That was the round 1 victory. Who else did he beat? Paul Williams of Lancashire. 5-0. That's a great win. Paul Williams, a proper player. Good friend of Joe Mernan's.
135.
It's not the worst score in the world there, Kevin. That treble 5 doesn't harm you a great deal. After that, he beat Vic Hubbard. James Hubbard's dad. By 5-1. Pete Allen from London. The man who holds 4 darts and only throws 3 of them.
55.
And so he beat in the last 16.
Kevin, you require
And to win it, he beat Adrian Lewis, Dennis Ovens and Colin Lloyd in the final. Fancy beating your old pal Colin in the final. You merciless individual.
You require 146.
100 more than Painter and much more difficult. And now impossible. To give himself a chance, a treble will be handy. Oh, I like that play, actually. He's put himself in 2-dart range.
Kevin,
and taken the bullseye
46.
out of the equation. I like what he's just done. But it all depends on what Kevin does right here. A man who commands the exclusion zone. Double 10.
Game shot.
Great shot. 3-3 in this
Kevin
one.
Painter.
And there are big questions now as to how Diogo comes through this contest. He has had the better average and a better position throughout, but can he win the game?
7th and final leg. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
The favourite for it is now Painter because he has the momentum and he has the darts. If he's not ready, he's not going to throw. Averages in this one are almost inseparable.
79.
91.76 for Painter, 91.70 for Diogo. 50% on doubles for Painter, 75% on doubles for Diogo. Just really good. That look of just disgust from Painter, as if to say, how dare you hit a 140 against me? I think Kevin, in darting terms, as an opponent, is the equivalent of a soap opera.
140.
Never dull. He once played me in a qualifier for a European Tour event, and I was having a really good game. And when he was walking back from the board one time, he said, "Who's this, Michael Van Gerwen?" And I said, "No, that's just me, Kev."
36.
I'm not quite sure that he liked my reply. These are the stories I like to tell. And we can look back on them a few years later with a smile on our face. But Kevin will not be smiling if he doesn't get this job done. And we know for a fact that Diogo will be very disappointed if he doesn't bank this last leg, because he was 3-1 up.
57.
It's looking increasingly likely that it will be a painter win. And yet again, the use of the 25, I like it. It takes the bullseye out of the equation. Diogo pulls one into the 5, and he believes that this game is done because 6 darts from 77 will be enough to get it done. Double top. First match dart. He's 50% on doubles.
57.
He'll remain on 50% if he hits it with the next dart.
$85.
Well, that 5 really doesn't help him if indeed he does come back. He doesn't expect to. Or will he?
10.
Now it does matter.
Diogo,
because if he got a 25,
140.
he was looking at 120, not 140. This is a 2 treble out as opposed to a 1 treble out. Does it matter? Oh, now it matters. He would have had a shot at tops for the match if he'd have hit that 25.
Kevin, you require 10.
Can he find double 5?
Game,
yeah, that's the match.
And the match.
Kevin Painter finds himself on 8 points alongside Gary Robson in that encounter. Diogo Portela deserves a lot of credit because he fought so valiantly in that one, but ultimately he didn't have the darts in the last leg and he didn't get a shot at double in the last couple of legs. 3 from 4 wasn't enough on the outer ring, but Painter has got 8 points now. That's the end of match number 9. Number 10 will start in a second as we start the final third of our action. So Gary Robson's coming back up against Mike Warburton. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday. We're getting into the thick end of the argument here as 2 more rounds of play will now commence. Mike Warburton and Gary Robson will now take part in match number 10, so let's get cracking. It feels like Robert Owen has been on 12 points forever, and Adams has been on 10 points forever. But now, things could change. When you offer Mike Warburton a chance, he changes. Now he's looking to change
First leg,
into
it's Gary to
the
throw
leader.
First. Game on.
I said that he needed to win all his games today and he needed the results to go his way. Well, Warburton has won his games today. Yes, he lost to Painter, but he's won 2 since. Kevin has not lost today. 3 from 3. The only undefeated player left. The fact of the matter is, he's on 8 points. Warburton's on 10. Adams is on 10. It's still there for the grasping.
123.
Robbo's on 8. And if he beats Warburton, all of a sudden, there's a melee.
81.
Just picture this. This is the scenario to make things even more interesting. Robbo beats Warburton
43.
to go to 10 points. Kevin Painter beats Robert Owen to go to 10 points. That would make 4 players on 10 points and 1 on 12.
100.
And then just imagine if Diogo Portela beats Martin Adams. And then Adams stays on 10 points. We would then go to the last round of matches with a borderline ridiculous scenario. Who doesn't want to see that? Now, I'm not wishing a defeat on anybody. I just want to see good darts. But I want to see this as exciting as possible for you guys.
Gary, you require 154.
One thing I will say is that treble 17 used there from 134 with 2 darts left is impeccable.
120.
This is a hard hit. Not quite enough air on that one.
60. Gary, you
And
require
Robbo really
32.
does deserve a shot at this 32 after that approach.
Game shot on the first
No
leg.
nonsense
Gary
darts from Gary
Robson.
Robson, because that 1-3-4 approach, using 2 treble 17s to get there, it's a bit of a tongue twister. But hitting the double 16 at the start,
leg, it's Mike to
that's the
throw
most
first.
important thing, because he's had real problems in that corner.
140. $100.
I've talked a little bit about people and who they've beaten en route to ranking tournament wins.
140.
It's the turn of Mike Warburton. Let's see who he beat en route to the Isle of Man Open win in 2020, which I do distinctly remember
121.
as the last ranking event that was held by the WDF before lockdown. So,
60.
last 32, Mike Warburton beat James Beaton of the northwest of England. He then beat Cameron Menzies, who had a very good day in Barnsley in Players' Championship 4 come
59.
Sunday. He beat
Mike
Freddie
to
Box
require
in the quarters.
161.
Good young player from Kent. Then he took out Scott Williams, who we've already mentioned today. And in the final, Wolfie.
90.
So there you go. And it is Wolfie who he will face in his last match of the day.
43. Mike requires 71.
This will be a nice reply after losing the first leg. Treble 17 is found.
Game
That is
shot on
double
the
10.
second leg.
That
Mike
was
Warburton.
very pretty indeed. So the disappointment of leg number 1 is gone. And I've got to be honest, I didn't expect him to go 51 first there either.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Dart players sometimes do have changes of heart. They go through phases of
45.
tops, double 16. Maybe I'll have a double 18 phase. But then there are certain players who have played the same way for 20 years and will never change. And yes, I'm talking about James Wade.
60.
The day that James Wade has got 52 left and he goes for a single 20 for double 16 is the day that the world has stopped spinning.
$140.
As far as Warby's concerned, I'm still not really convinced as to whether he's a 16s or a tops guy. I know that Gary's a 16s
99.
guy. Obviously is, because of some of the things he's done the last couple of days. Let's watch out for that with Mike.
100.
Or, as his relatives call him, Michael. I don't want to call him Michael. It feels like I'm telling him off. Trust me, I'm not going to tell Mike off.
60.
He's bigger than me. He's a puppy dog, really. I've had many a deep and meaningful conversation with Mike. He's a great guy. Very motivated.
100.
Very focused. He's one of the most focused players I've ever played.
157.
Bad first start, Gary would admit. The recovery.
64.
It almost worked out.
Mike to require 101.
Now, this is where you like treble 19 or treble 15. It tells us that he'd rather
69.
have double 12 than double 18.
Gary, you require
Whereas me,
93.
I prefer to go for the 45 there, just because it suits my eye better. And Gary's not going to get a look at the 93 out. Can only approach.
Mike to require 32.
And we'll find out what Mike's like on 32 right here.
Game shot on the
Perfect.
third leg. Mike
So,
Warburton.
throughout the course of the rest of this match, we're going to find out if he likes double 16 more than double top. So, answers on a postcard.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
One thing we haven't had in this match so far is a missed double. 2 from 2 for Warby
85.
and 1 from 1 for Gary. No 180s yet, but there's plenty of time.
100.
I'm sure the likes of Stephen Burton, Graham Usher and Daryl Pilgrim are
83.
getting themselves warmed up today for tomorrow's challenge. They will be with us from 9:30 a.m. Daryl Pilgrim, almost the
100.
English twin of Niall Culleton of Ireland. Big, brash, beardy, and good.
60.
Looking forward to seeing Graham Usher play. Not that we've got much time to watch him because he's that quick. And Graham's a great guy. And Stephen Burton
100.
has joined our lineup this week. And it'll be fascinating to talk about Stephen after he picked up the biggest win of his career just a matter of a fortnight ago against Michael van Gerwen.
99.
I think he would admit, yes, it's the biggest win of my career. But it was with an 89 average. So I think Stephen would admit
100.
that he needed Michael to regress somewhat for him to come through that match. But a win's a win, as they say. And I will fully congratulate him when I see him tomorrow.
100.
Great last start from Warburton.
Gary, you require 101.
He's having a good day so far. Oh, great second dart.
69.
Bit jumpy on the double 16 shot, though.
Mike requires 74.
Warburton gets a look at double 16 again. Can he find it? He doesn't move.
68. Check 58. Gary, you require 32.
For 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth
Fine
leg.
shot.
Gary
We've
Robson.
had our first misses at double in this match coming from the Welshman, but no such miss from Robbo on the second attempt. So it is 2-2 in this one.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
You are getting your money's worth. Not that you have to pay for this coverage. It is free to view on YouTube, providing you have the right device.
50.
And the app, of course. But if you were paying for it, you're getting your money's worth because today we've had 5 of the 9 games go the distance. 4 legs to 3, of course, being that distance. First game I ever saw
60.
Mike Warburton play live was at the World Masters back in 2019. And that was a tournament that was won by John O'Shea, of course. Warby made the
100.
semis, where he lost out to Scott Waits by 5 sets to 1. He did have some good wins in there, though. He beat Kieran Tian in the quarterfinals. Someone that we saw last week, of course. Tall lad from Cork. There was another Irish player that he took care of in the last 16, Keith Gerrity. I haven't seen much of Keith since lockdown. But earlier in the tournament, he took out Scott Mitchell by 3 sets to 2, which I remember being a really good game. Also took out Jim McEwen.
85.
And Kyle McKinstry as well. He did take out some other players, but you probably haven't heard of them.
60.
In fact, the one he beat before that was from Austria, Patrick Schober. Oh, this is good from Robbo. Looking for the 145. Oh, the 153.
153.
Lovely jubbly.
Mike to require 141.
Oh, boy. You just held your breath for a second. I know for a fact that Gary did. He was thinking after that approach, I'm surely getting a look at 32.
109. Gary, you require 32.
This area of the board is getting a lot of looks in this game.
Gary Robson.
And Robson's only missed the target on the outer ring of this board just the once. So 3 hits from 4, and his doubles percentage has never looked healthier all week.
Sixth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Yeah, that World Masters back in 2019 was a
100.
weird tournament. So weird. Not only was it odd that we were having the World Masters at the Circus Tavern, which just felt
85.
like you were in some sort of Twilight Zone. But then there were very few fans there. But by the end of it,
140.
it was just an Irish get-together because it was all about Ireland that weekend. Yes, Lisa Ashton won the women's, but Katie Sheldon won the girls.
96.
John O'Shea won the men's, and it was just a procession of Irish people celebrating title wins. It was really great. I do remember Keegan Barry won the boys as well.
140.
If my memory serves me right. Just another youth title that Keegan Barry has won, but there's a young man who's going to win titles in the future.
78.
Just gradually getting better season on season.
Require 121.
That's what anybody wants. Now Warburton with 1-2-1 here. He's probably done himself a favour by hitting the 9.
89.
Because 32 pretty much results in only one result in this match. A hit which will take us
115.
for the 6th
Mike
time today
required 32.
to leg 7.
Game
And there you have it.
leg. My Warburton.
Well, double 16 has got a black eye in this game. It's getting pulverized. Will it see some more attention in leg 7? Let's find out.
7th and final leg. It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Good averages in this one. Robbo 88, 95 for Warburton, thanks to that really good last leg of 13 darts. 75% on the doubles for Gary and 60% for his opponent. Yeah, very good indeed. Very reminiscent of what we saw with Adams and Painter. Not as good, because Painter got 80%. But that is something that Gary could get if he gets his next hit in 1. If he's 4 from 5, he will be 80% for the game. And he's closer with that first maximum of the contest.
60.
He's inching closer. In fact, he's sprinting closer.
135.
This is a great last leg from Gary Robson, who before yesterday had never won a 7th leg here at the Live League in 10 attempts.
60. Gary
this week is very different. Double 16 again. Oh, look at that. 11 darter to finish things off. A splendid game of darts. But double 16 owned this game because it was left so many times and hit so many times. Let's have a look at the stats then as they come up. 93.92. That might be Gary's best winning performance of the week. I think he had a 94 yesterday in defeat, but 94 in defeat with 60% on the doubles for Mike. That is the case, and he's been held back from getting to the 12-point margin in this particular group. It's incredible that nobody's taken this group by the scruff of the neck. Who wants it? Is it going to be Robert Owen? Is Painter going to get involved in the next game? That's the next question. It is unquestionably the most important game of Group A so far. It involves the person at the top of the table, but if he doesn't win this one and Kevin Painter does, just watch out for the melee that follows. Let's have a look then. Kevin Painter in 5th position with 5 games to go in this whole group, is not out of it. In fact, he's very much in it. Look at that. The old grumpy cat. That is Kevin Painter. That upturned smile, the focus. And he's going to need it. Because if he wins this game, he's on 10 points, as is Warby, Robson and Adams. And the only person who would have a game in hand on them is Wolfie against Diogo Portela.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Painter's responsibility for himself and the rest of the field is to win this best of 7 leg game. And if he can, in reversing what happened to Robert Owen
70
in the game yesterday, where he lost by 4 legs to 3, Kevin, it will be the most ridiculous looking Group A I have seen with 4 matches to go.
63.
Leg difference was a factor
100.
earlier on. Now it's massive. Between the 5 players that are vying for the 1 spot
96.
in the finals on Saturday night, there is 6 legs between them, which with these games left, that's nothing. If you can sense in my voice that I'm getting a bit carried away,
95.
you'd be right, because I'm enjoying this.
$140. $60.
Robert trying to overstack his darts to leave a finish, fails to do so. How small can Kevin bring his score down to? He might have to use the 17s now.
42.
Yep. That was pretty much the bare minimum.
$100. Kevin, you require 160.
Well, he had a 158 yesterday. What about a 160? 161 is the biggest finish of the day.
25.
And that came from Kevin's opponent in this match.
Robert, you require 76.
Oh, that is probably, in his own words, an atrocious start.
22.
He's thrown 2 bad shots there out of 3.
Kevin, you
And to leave
require
54 from that
135.
position, he will be really, really seething. Gives Kevin a free look at 135. 85 left. Give it a really good try.
119.
That's excellent darts. And Robert should be sitting on a double here
54.
with 3 darts in hand. It's only 2.
Game shot on the first leg. Robert Owen.
He is fortunate that he found that corner. Just for a second, I thought he was going to do what he did yesterday and bounce it in on the left-hand side.
Second
But that
leg is
really
Kevin
was an
to throw
accurate
first.
shot to give himself
Game
a
on.
1-0 lead. Owen's won 2 games today. He won against Wolfie in game 2.
45.
And he beat Gary Robson by 4 legs to 3 in game 4. In the time between that and now, he's only played 1 match, which he lost to Warburton by 4 legs to 2. So he's had his breather.
43.
And he will play this game and the final game against Diogo Portela. What's going to be on the line in that game? One thing we know is that Mike Warburton and Gary Robson have 1 game left. The best they can do is 12 points. If Robert Owen wins this game against Painter, he not
60.
only eliminates Painter, he eliminates Robson and Warburton too. But he doesn't knock Adams out
99.
because he's got a game in hand. That's why this is the biggest game of the group so far.
180.
That maybe is one of the biggest visits so far because it gets him back in leg 2.
45.
Things just aren't clicking the way they were against Wolfie earlier. He'll be hoping that he'll be able to resuscitate his chances when he comes back, but Owen's on for back-to-back.
180.
Things have changed. He doesn't have the best leg difference, but he's got the most points.
You require 38.
And there's another thing to mention about the points as well. We'll talk about that in a second. As he goes for double 8 and finds it to be halfway to victory. If he gets to 14 points in this game, the best that Martin Adams can do is 14 points.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And then it really does come down to leg difference. But imagine this over the next 2 games. We've talked about one possibility of it going to the wire.
44.
This group could be done in the next 2 games. If Robert Owen wins this game and Diogo Portela beats Martin Adams next, Owen is through. He's got enough points and he can't be caught.
85.
I said 16 points is enough to win this group. It now is. In
100.
fact, 14 could be enough to win this group, which is a measure of just how competitive it has been.
65.
Before that last throw of Kevin, the averages were separated by less than half a point. But the problem for Painter has been that he hasn't had a shot at a double yet.
81. 90.
If he has missed that 60, it has been left. That's when you engage that shoulder and you just throw it a little bit too late. Because if you look at his right shoulder when it comes through, it goes to his left. It's part of that swinging action of his. Prod back and then the shoulder comes through. But sometimes it doesn't come through straight. It comes through to his left. There you see it. Right, and then it just swings to the left a little bit. That's why sometimes he pulls it
29.
to the left like that.
Robert, you require 136.
Well, 1 down, 135 to go. 2 down, 134 to go.
22.
Painter's thinking 65 minimum here, but ideally 140 plus to get into 2 dart range. Now. A somewhat disgusted looking Kevin Painter from 155.
38.
Comes up trebleless, and Owen is looking for 3-0, which will do his cause no harm whatsoever. Well, it's 15 for tops, surely. I think he lost concentration after that first dart.
25.
He has found his way to tops eventually, but it's conceivable that Painter could scupper him here. 7 visits will be enough to win leg 3. It could be.
97.
It almost was. There was a much better rhythm about that throw.
Robert, you require 40.
Double top to the left.
Game
And
shot
there
the
is that
third
little
leg.
glance off the
Robert
left-hand
Owen.
side of the flight to give him a 3-0 advantage and multiple opportunities now to get what would be a knockout win for Robert Owen in Group A.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Just imagine having the power of being able to knock out 3 players at once.
180.
Well, Painter really does want to get revenge for yesterday losing by 4 legs to 3 against
100.
Robert. But if he's going to do so, he's got to find 4 straight
45.
legs. He's currently averaging 80. And he's had 1 darted double in the whole match.
58.
I've got to pay Robert Owen a big compliment, by the way. Not just about his dart shirt, which I complimented a little bit earlier.
80.
But there's a lot of darts nicknames which start with the. And I like the nicknames that don't have a the. I am actually a huge fan of his nickname.
100.
I think Stack Attack is brilliant. It just rolls off the tongue really well. And I'd love to see him back on tour. I'd love to see him doing well.
100.
He's a boisterous player. He's got talent. He has proven it. Not just at Minehead, but on the European tour as
100.
well. He's done well there.
Kevin, you require 96.
I'd like to say it's only a matter of time before he's back, but unfortunately, he's the one who's got to get there. Double
Game shot on
18,
the
and all of a
fourth
sudden,
leg. Kevin
someone's opened the
Painter.
floodgates on Kevin Painter. All of the pressure has dissipated, and that 14 darter was made to look really simple.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw
1
first.
down, 3 to
Game
go.
on.
Kevin yesterday did lose a match from being 3-0 up, so he knows it can be done.
140.
It's a lot harder when your opponent starts 140, of course. So much better when the rhythm's right.
140.
Instead of constantly stopping. When he just maintains that swift rhythm. Everything just looks more in sync.
60.
And I don't mean the band. Yeah, I can't imagine Kevin Painter listening to NSYNC. Maybe his daughter Madison listens to the equivalent of 2022's NSYNC. But not Kevin. He strikes me as more of a Mumford and Sons kind of guy. Do you know what I mean? He did once change his walk-on song to Chemical Brothers. I thought that was a really bold choice. He was a big fan of the song Galvanize.
96.
He liked to get himself pumped up for darts matches. I thought that was a wicked choice, but everybody associates I Predict a Riot by the Kaiser Chiefs with him now. And we're associating maximums with Robert Owen. That's his 3rd of the match to set up a match-winning tops now that Kevin has missed the 167.
97. Robert, you require 40.
Tops for the win, and 3 people will be out if he hits it.
No score.
But they aren't yet.
Kevin, you require 70.
This is what's known as a darting lifeline. Double 16. A face as if to say, like it. Double 4.
66.
Doesn't like it a lot. What a chance that was. Missed.
Robert, you require 40.
And now Owen goes back to tops.
Game,
who finds
shot,
it.
And, the match.
And now
Robert Owen.
will wait for the next match. And if he gets the result that he craves, he will win this group. So, the stats from this performance. Not a classic game, but good enough. 40% on the checkouts. A high checkout of 54. Not a great deal to write home about, but ultimately the 2 points for Owen are enormous. Now, the only person who can catch him is Martin Adams, and he starts his final furlong up against Diogo Portela, but he does have one more match after that. Very warm welcome back to the Online Darts Live League here. And we have 4 more matches remaining. So this next game is huge. If Wolfie wins it, he's still in with a chance. But Diogo Portela, his opponent in this game, is going to have a big say as to who wins Group A. He's at the bottom on 0 points because he came in only this morning. He has 2 more matches for his Wednesday effort before he goes into Group C. But now we can confirm that Painter, Warburton and Robson can't win the group. Adams still can, but he needs to beat Diogo now, and he needs to beat Mike Warburton in match 14, and also he needs Robert Owen to lose to Diogo in match 15. That's a lot to ask. 3 different scenarios, or 3 different games, from 4 left. The only one that doesn't really matter as far as the winner of Group A is concerned is Painter versus Robson, which is after this. But that could be a game for position as to whether they play in Group B or C tomorrow. We've had a nice tweet from Carl Hamilton, who played in the Live League, I believe it was last week. I was talking about the 2019 Masters being very weird but good. I agree, Carl. It was weird, but it was very enjoyable. Hope you're well up there in County Durham, I believe it is where you're from.
123.
Keep enjoying the coverage. Nice to have you with us.
$140.
Well, Adam's day so far has been nothing short of mystifying. Yesterday, no defeats.
95.
Today, 3 defeats from 3 games. Loses 4-3 to Owen in that duel with the man at the top of the table with him at the end of Tuesday. After that, he lost 4-2 to Painter in that classic, where the combined average was over 212. And then after that, he lost 4-3 to Gary Robson.
58.
So it's not like he's been walloped. But he has been defeated 3 times out of 3. That needs to change. Otherwise, you'll see Martin tomorrow and Friday. Which for us is a treat. But for him, he wanted to have a couple of days off to get ready for the finals. And the leg difference plays now as well. His leg difference is +8. Owens is +9 now. And there's a 4-point gap between Adams and Owen.
Martin, you require 121.
Good first start. Leaves 61. That leaves the bull
96.
very close.
Diogo, you require 91.
Is it the bull that Diogo uses? Or does he go for the 51? I think it's the 51. That leaves 82. He did the right thing. Just missed the target.
83. Martin, you require 25.
Oh, that was close. He almost left 7.
Game shot on the first
But add one number and the double.
Adams.
And it is 1-0 to Martin Adams, who gets the first leg that he requires, and how much he would love to win this one by a huge margin.
Second leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
Now, you may think I'm really sad when it comes to stats and things I remember in the game. And a lot of the people within the game remember the same things as me.
134.
But maybe a lot of people don't remember that during lockdown, at its height, these two played each other in the Live League from Martin's front room. And I do believe it was one of the bedrooms in Diogo's former house in Buckshaw Village up in Preston. They were having some good games at the time. I remember the day when Diogo had his cat for company And
97.
I don't think he won any games as soon as the cat joined him, so I said his cat must be cursed. But there was one game between these guys that I'll never forget, because I commentated on it, and Diogo won that game by hitting a 170 finish to win it. And that wasn't the only 170 finish he hit in the match, because he hit 2 of them. That's why I remember it. And I guarantee you, if you approach Diogo and ask him about that game, he'll remember it as well. It was brilliant. That really does seem like a long time ago. It was in the summer of 2020.
100.
I remember the weather being really warm.
Diogo, you require 135.
It's not a 170, but he might need the bull. Well, look at that. What a beauty. It's almost a shame he can't go back and hit another one.
83.
That's the best bulls I've seen all week.
Martin, you require 141.
Now, it's all well and good for me to say that it should be 1-1 now.
55. Diogo, you require 52.
It's a lot easier to convert a 52 in your mind than it is with the darts in your hand.
$36.
Like I said, it's a lot easier said than done.
Martin, you require 86.
And Martin has been stealing legs like this for 30 years. How good is he on the bullseye?
61.
It's the second time in 2 games
Diogo,
he has hit that spot
60.
just above the bullseye. Diogo comes back for double 8.
Game shot
Yeah,
the
very good
second
indeed.
leg. Diogo
1-1,
Portela.
and Martin Adams is looking for that big win in this match. But unfortunately, the best for him from here is 4-1. Got to keep going.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I've had a tweet from Norman up in Berwick upon Tweed. He says it's not so sunny in Berwick. I'll tell you what it is in
81.
Berwick though, Norman. It's gorgeous. What a beautiful place. Whether you go just south of there or just north of there, you are going to some iconic places, whether it's North Northumberland or southeast Scotland.
43.
Berwick upon Tweed is a delight. I hope it's treating you well. And thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it, Norman. There's a very famous darts festival up in Berwick.
100.
At least they used to be. I don't know if it's still going these days, but used to congregate people from southern Scotland and north east and northwest England.
$135.
Well, Diogo's been getting himself around local tournaments ever since he moved to England with his wife, and he now has a young child as well. Firmly rooted in the UK. Very well known wherever he goes. Evieri seems to be a shoo-in for the World Championship because he's so much better than everybody else in the qualifier he is eligible to play in.
100.
And I sincerely hope that he gets back there this year again. That win against Steve Beaton last year, I'm sure, has a permanent place in his memory.
100.
Got to switch. Got to switch back.
59.
Too many visits today.
Require 80.
59. And visits without a treble. That has been his downfall. No treble needed here, though. As we look to tops.
40. Diogo, you require
I mentioned those 170 finishes when they played about 20 months ago. 164, anybody? He gave it a scare.
132.
He likes that visit,
Martin, you require
but he thinks it's too late.
Game
And
shot
he's
the
right.
third leg. Martin
Adams 2-1 up, still searching for that 4-1 victory that will get him within 2 points of the leader at the top and worry that leg difference position as well.
Fourth leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
It's a very interesting dart that Diogo is throwing. It's got grip
45.
to the top, a bit of a black coating towards the nose end of it. It looks very front heavy. I was listening to a podcast recently about how he came through his Riley's qualifier for the UK Open. And he'd only just received these new darts. And that was the first competition he played with them. Well, it seemed to work.
Oh,
that's the stuff. I'll tell you what, one thing. The last 2 visits have been very different, haven't they? One was very erratic and the other one was perfect.
$60.
If Adams does not win this game, and if he comes up short against Mike Warburton, there is a distinct possibility
39.
that he will be back tomorrow morning. He could tumble from first position in the table yesterday to 4th or even 5th. Does depend
44.
on what Robbo and Mike Warburton do as well as Painter, but the likelihood is that if he doesn't win this match, he'll probably still be in for tomorrow night's session, but you'll have to stay with us
100.
to find out. My prediction this morning is that we were going to have a 2-horse race. I thought it would be Owen and Adams. That's pretty much it. Oh, how wrong I was. And I'm so glad I was.
Diogo, you require
because it's been so good to watch today. It hasn't been the highest standard, but it's been intriguing. Apart from, of course,
59.
that Painter-Adams match, which was... I've run out of superlatives for it. Astounding is probably the right word. I'll switch here. Good play, Martin.
137.
Not just because of the leave from the
Diogo,
treble, but the single would have left something more manageable. One dart at tops for a level game.
Game shot.
Very good. Very tidy
Diogo
indeed.
Portela.
So it was 4-1 to Robert Owen in our last match. This one goes to 2-2. And Robert Owen is in the practice room thinking, if Diogo gets 2 more legs, I'm good.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
I can make plans for the next couple of days. I can have a bit of a practice. I can go for a walk. I can go out for lunch. Healthy in the knowledge that the next time he will play here at the Live League will be Saturday night at 10. Live on Sporty Stuff TV. There's not a great deal of other darting action going on this week, actually. Very different to the last couple of weeks where the Live League has been
78
on, as well as the World Seniors and PDC action as well. Premier League, of course, in Belfast tomorrow. But then everybody gets a weekend
85.
off. Not us, though. We are here. We are giving you Live League darts action all the way through to Sunday morning at around 1:30 a.m. Maybe a little bit later than that.
140.
Grinding here is Diogo, averaging 92.2. What I love to see from him wasn't how he started today. It was how he improved game on game. That's what he's doing.
121.
First average of the day, 73.91. Next one, 79.13. After that, 89.26. Big
44.
improvement. He's got 2 more games, and he's averaging over 90 here, so he's gradually improving every time. Let's not forget, this is a very, very tough group.
140.
Hard enough to get points over 2 days, but to just play here for 1 day up against this company is really hard. I think the switch is right
100.
there.
Martin, you require 112.
I'd rather have the leave of 140. Double 16 for 3-2.
96.
Now this is a difficult out, where a
Diogo,
lot of people love the 19s first.
139.
57, 42 tops.
$44. Martin, you require 16.
Double 8 for 3-2. Things are getting difficult,
Game shot on the
but not
fifth
too
leg.
difficult.
Martin Adams.
And Adams does find the front on his own throw once again, so he can attack the Diogo throw in leg 6, and if he's successful, it will be a 4-2 victory.
Sixth leg. It's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
If he wins by 4 legs to 3, he'll have the same leg difference as Robert Owen and be 2 points behind, with 1 game each to go.
121.
There is no pressure on Diogo right now. But there is pressure, if he feels it, of course. Because when you speak to him after these days,
100.
he says, yeah. He goes full on Gary Anderson. We'll get there. I just have this feeling that these legendary players like Anderson and Adams and some of the others in their generation, they just don't
140.
feel the same pressure the way that people do these days. They look at it differently. Boy, do I admire that. I admire that dart as well.
100.
Tunning down as he searches for the 5-ton game, which you do not see very often anymore. And a Super League score sheet,
100.
a 5-ton game would be a line of red. Because what they do for the ton plus scores is they put them in red and all the other ones are in black. Very rare do you see everything in red in the same line.
100.
It's still on.
Diogo, you
But for
require
how long?
140.
Because Diogo scored better than Martin in this leg. Might be over in 12. Now that's interesting.
124.
That is, in my opinion, very gutsy player. He's one of those players who takes the bust completely out of play. Now imagine if he'd have got the 2 trebles.
66.
Yeah, he's got a shot at double 10. But if he gets
Diogo,
it
you
single
require
and he
60.
pulls the last dart into the 60, he busts the score. That's
Game
in
shot on
for
the sixth
3-3.
leg.
And
Diogo
Diogo
Portela.
is having another crack at a 7th leg in a match. This is a good game. But Martin Adams has got everything on the line right now.
7th and final leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
There's another thing I remember from the Live League in 2020 involving Diogo Portela, and he flummoxed me at one point. He had 180 left.
140.
He scored 2 treble 20s. He's got 60 left. He went up and hit a double 14. He didn't want to go anywhere near that treble 20 to bust 180. He didn't want to be that guy.
100.
So what did he do? He went up and hit a double 14 till he double 16. And for about 5 legs after that, he just completely puzzled me. I was bamboozled.
100.
And after that, we ensued in some social media activity to try and find out what was going on. And he said, I just didn't want to bust the score. So I went for double 14 to double 16, and it worked. And quite frankly, after that, I thought it was a genius.
125.
They're both playing really well in this match, both averaging over 90. Diogo, to his credit, has upped his level again. But even he thinks this is coming.
180.
Martin Adams' first maximum in the whole match comes at the very last port of call for maximums.
60.
So much resistance from Diogo in this
Martin, you
game.
require
He's fought
81.
valiantly, but Adams needs these points. Set up the double that you want. That double is double
49.
16. The averages can only be separated by 0.15.
100.
Solid ton, but Diogo
Martin,
will
you
expect
require
this game to be
32.
over, as do I. Maybe not.
16.
So, is
Diogo,
this
you
going to be
require
the knockout blow?
116.
Is this going to start the procession for Robert Owen? No. You can see in the background there, Adams
78.
just loosening up that shoulder and saying, come
Martin,
on to
you
himself.
require 16.
It's back to double 8. I don't remember the last time I saw Martin Adams miss this many match darts.
Diogo, you
I've
require
lost count of how many times it
38.
has been now. He's telling himself off, and Diogo's got a decision to make. It's straight for double 19. He splits because he couldn't see it.
22.
But for him, it's 2 mismatched darts.
Martin, you require 8.
Double 4. Keeps splitting them. Double 1.
Game,
He's still alive.
shots, and the match.
Only
Martin
just.
Adams.
He's had to dodge 2 match darts from his opponent, Diogo Portela, who is constantly improving today. He still hasn't won a game, but this time he averages 90.7 without success, and Adams survives. He's just in with a shout, but it does depend on what he does in 2 games' time. Before we get there, we're going to have a little look at Kevin Painter against Gary Robson. These two are playing for position as we go into the final matches of people's campaigns in Group A. So without further ado, let's go down to the board for Painter versus Robson. There you see the table with one match to go, and Robson and Painter down towards the middle to end portion of that table. Now the likelihood is that Kevin is playing in Group C tomorrow, but if he gets a win here and goes above Gary Robson, he does have a chance of potentially playing in Group B. So let's see what happens here. And if Robson does win and gets to 12 points, he might be in Group B tomorrow.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Effectively, there's no pressure in this game. They know they're coming back tomorrow. This is just one more game for the day for a little bit of bragging rights. But I know for a fact that there's something on this game because I know these guys really well. And Gary said something to me yesterday that I thought was quite curious.
60.
He beat Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3. It wasn't a good game. It was actually quite terrible. But he firmly remembers that he's never lost to Kevin Painter, ever. Now, there's only one record of a ranked event match back in 2007, which, of course, was won by Gary by 5 legs to 3. Yesterday, Gary won by 4 legs to 3, but Gary distinctly remembers that he's never lost to Kevin Painter in any match. I'm pretty sure that they'll have played each other in open tournaments back in the day. Gary's got a really good memory for things like this.
43.
But one thing that Kevin deserves a huge amount of credit for today is the fact that he, overall, is averaging the most of any player today. 92.57. Gary improved to 88.51. That's all he can do day on day, isn't it?
134.
Day on day. Robson has improved his average by 9 points today. Double top.
Game shot on the first
and his doubles haven't been bad either. 38.46% for his doubles for the whole day. Much improved on the 26% from yesterday.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first.
He's not going to go through this group. But if he keeps improving, he will be a threat in whichever group he finds himself in tomorrow and on Friday.
100.
Kevin's got the most maximums today. Same as yesterday.
97.
He's got 16 for the week. That department has been fine.
41.
You think about who's got the points today and who got the points yesterday. If we do a daily table, Robson and Painter have got 6 points each.
100.
Alongside Robert Owen. So they're having very good days. It's just a shame that they didn't play as well yesterday. Kevin's got 7 180s today alongside Martin Adams' 7.
140.
Gary's only got the 3. But again, that's an improvement on yesterday where he got 2.
85.
So they may not have anything on the line here, but what we're seeing are 2 players who are really starting to find something as this week progresses. I would be surprised if we didn't see one of these 2 guys on Saturday night. If not both of them. But what we've seen more than anything else today are matches that go 4-3. And that's why
45.
we are running quite long today. That's fine by me. 7 of the 12 matches have gone 4-3. That's a mark of how close this group has been.
137. Gary,
At the end of today, we'll tot up how many legs we've had, but we've got to be getting close to the most amount of legs in a day in a Group A match.
30. Kevin, you require 38.
Double 16. Double 8.
22. Gary, you require 108.
Is he going to pick this off? He might. Oh, he has as well. Where did that come from? And what has he got on Kevin Painter? He just doesn't seem to lose any battle with Kevin. If indeed he is right about the history of their
third leg, it's Kevin's
rivalry over the last 25 to 30 years. I sincerely hope Kevin doesn't remember it as well as Gary does. Otherwise, Kevin will be thinking,
60.
What have you got on me? Have you got some sort of voodoo doll? So far, we've had 77 legs today, and I hope we've enjoyed every single one of them.
180.
That is the first maximum of the match for Gary Robson.
60.
Giving him his fourth of the day. It's a funny old thing
85.
when you have a good record against somebody, you revel in it. I've got a really good record against Mickey Mansell for some reason.
140.
I used to have an amazing record against John Part. When you've got a player that knows that you've beaten them a lot, you have to play on it.
62.
I remember I'd beaten Ross Smith 4 times in 4 occasions, and he was 5-1 up against me in our next meeting.
140.
And I thought, I'm not going to lose. I just don't feel like I'm going to lose. And I didn't lose. We walked away from the game and he said to me, what on earth have I got to do to beat you? And I was
98.
in his head. Consequently, I've never played Ross Smith since. Well, the 19 left 82, so that leaves 41. And he's probably thinking now that he's not getting a shot at a double, that Robbo's going to take 76 and be 3-0 up.
69.
This
Gary, you require
feels
76.
very similar to yesterday's game. Double 18.
40.
Oh, wire bender. You saw that wire move.
Kevin, you require 32.
Double 16. Great lie. How is that not in?
No score.
And how has that not gone in? That's the problem with the
Gary,
darts. They tend
36.
to move when you hit them. If it was like a post in football, it wouldn't move. Double 18 still. And of course it's gone in on the third dart. Just to rub salt in the wound for Painter, who was sitting towards the bottom of the table on 8 points. But today he's been excellent. But can he beat Gary Robson? Doesn't look like it.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
He has an improved day on the averages by 5
100.
points. He ups his doubles for the day by 10%. And when he comes up against Gary Robson,
100.
it just seems like there's nothing he can do. It's really weird. Gary, when he was finishing his campaign yesterday
100.
against Jason Hogg, was really struggling. But I said at that point, the more you expose yourself to playing 5 games in a day, the easier it gets day on day.
140.
And this is proving that fact. He looks more fluent, he looks more comfortable, looks less tired.
$46.
We've had 2 ton plus averages today. They were both in the same game.
125.
Painter got the highest winning average of 103.29, of course. And the other one was Martin Adams' losing average of 108.7 in that game. think I might have to watch that game a little bit later and just
60.
watch it back and enjoy
Kevin,
it.
you require 136.
Now, if I remember rightly,
60.
yesterday Gary Robson was 3-0 up. And he eventually won by 4 legs to 3. There was definitely a game in there where Kevin Painter was 3-0 up and lost. I don't think it was this one. He needs to hit this now. He must hit this tops.
36.
Could be 4-0 to Gary Robson, which would put him on 12 points and a leg difference of plus 7. Tops.
21.
Can't hit it for the Bagel victory.
Kevin,
There's only been
40.
one 4-0 all day. And that was the very first game which Robson won against Portela. And it's not going to happen in this game because Painter is back in the game. And now he just needs 3 in a row against Gary Robson if he's to somehow find another victory.
5th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Let's face it, we've already had 7 matches go all the way. A few of them have been after big leads have been established.
46.
So why not take us all the way once again? It could be the day where we go past 3 o'clock. If you've got plans after 2 o'clock, well, you can just take us with you. Stick us on your smart device via YouTube. And you can watch us on the bus, in the cab,
140.
on the move, wherever you're going. That's the beautiful thing about technology now. You don't have to miss a dart.
140.
Painter barely misses a dart there. Now this number, 315, it's amazing how many people don't start on bullseye.
58.
25, 2 treble 20s. What does it leave? Welcome to your daily maths class on the dartboard. It leaves 170, of course.
60.
It's very rare you see people going for that route. But for me, it is the right thing to do.
140. Kevin, you require 124.
The right thing to do here is to get rid of this.
44.
Now, Robbo, you've already had 1 match start.
Require 117.
Can you cultivate another? Not this time. You'll be hoping he comes back for 60.
Kevin, you require
Kevin is wishing
80.
exactly the opposite. Double 10.
60.
And Robbo should get 2 more match starts here to continue
Gary, you require
what he
60.
believes is a perfect record against the 2011 Players Champion.
Game,
and it is perfect. 4-1 for him. And he can't believe it's another defeat to Gary Robson. But going forward, it is Robson who finishes on 12 points in the group, which is very respectable. Painter finishes 4 points back on 8 points, and you will see him tomorrow in Group C as he will finish second bottom in 5th position. So without further ado, we're going to look at Martin Adams now. He's up against Mike Warburton, and a defeat for Wolfie will mean that Rob Owen wins Group A. warm welcome back as we've got 2 more matches to go with Wednesday's action. Gary Robson is going to be in the top 3 by the looks of it. So you'll see him again on Sporty Stuff TV live tomorrow night from 10 p.m. in Group B. But where will Martin Adams be? It depends on what he does here against Mike Warburton. There's Robbo in 3rd. He's not going to be displaced from 3rd position because Warby is not going to catch him on leg difference or legs won. So, congratulations, Gary. It's been a good day today for him. 8 points, plus 8 in leg difference. Could well win the daily table. In fact, just looking at my notes, he already has.
Game on.
Because Robert Owen, even if he wins against Diogo Portela, can't catch Gary Robson. So, the winner of yesterday's daily table, Martin Adams, is not looking at that table. He's looking at the overall
81.
table. He sits on 12. If he loses, he will be playing tomorrow night if he gets a leg in this contest. If he loses 4-0, he will fall outside of the top 3. And that will be a big fall from top spot from yesterday.
100.
So, he's not thinking about that. He's thinking about winning this match. And then hopefully, Diogo is going to do him a huge, huge turn by beating not beating himself, beating Robert Owen.
50.
But today, Martin has averaged 90.68. And he's got 1 win. Figure that out. He's averaged more
41
than everybody apart from Kevin Painter, and he's come up with 2 points. So it's not like his level has dropped overall. It's the fact that he hasn't been winning games, which is exactly what
100.
Kevin Painter's problem was yesterday. Martin's doubles, though, they've been the worst of anybody today overall. 27.91%. That's where games have been won and lost.
100.
As for Mike, his overall average today, very similar to Martin's. 90.28 for him, just 0.4 behind. And similar to Martin, his doubles have been under 30%, so that's where his games have been won and lost.
180.
First maximum of this match for Martin, and he's now on 8. That puts him on the most maximums of anybody today, because he shared that title with Painter until his last match, where he got none.
76.
So the first person to 8 maximums is Wolfie. Double top for the first leg and a break.
56. Mike require 45.
First dagger to the heart by the Welsh Dragon that is Warburton. He was good down there earlier.
Game shot on the
Very
first
good
leg.
on the switch.
Mine
Up towards the
Warburton.
double 8 though, and 18 darts is good enough to take the first leg of the contest.
Second leg, it's
I
Martin
said
to
this
throw
group
first.
could go to the very
Game
last
on.
game. The only way that happens is if Warburton loses this one. And that means that Robert Owen still has work to do.
140.
Got to make him work, Martin. Got to make him work. It's a cushy position to know that you're already through with 1 match to play. You can really enjoy it then,
100.
in the knowledge that I can have a couple of days off now. Oh, what a different feeling it would be knowing, oh, I have to win this. Otherwise, I'm going to be playing the next couple of days.
60.
Had a few tweets from around the world. Connor Watkins has got in touch on social saying, watching Diogo Portela's throw is so satisfying, lovely and smooth. I agree, Connor.
100.
But is his throw nicer than Mike Warburton's? Not that I'm casting some sort of social poll here. But I would say technically, if I was grading them, I'd have Warby as an A and Diogo as a B+.
140.
Leon Sullivan has also got in touch, and he is enjoying watching Wolfie play all the way from Hong Kong.
60.
Great to have you in touch, Leon.
Martin, you require
Hope all is well over there
161.
in HK. Lovely part of the world. Downstairs. Not entertaining the bullseye here.
99.
A lot of people like the 25 to leave the single to double combo. But Adams doesn't care about stuff like that.
100.
Let's see what he can do on the 62
62.
to get himself back in contention in this best of 7 encounter. That's nice.
Game shot
That's
on the
very
second
nice
leg.
too.
Martin Adams.
Who cares about 56 checkouts when he can take 62 in 2? Sweet as you like. Wallop, just like that.
Third
Interesting
leg, it's Mike to
point
throw
made
first.
by Adam Livingston on Twitter, saying too many darts drifting into the 5s and outside the double 16 and 8 is Martin Adams
100.
undoing today. Good timing, Adam. Well done. He's just hit double 16 with his first dart. But I see your point. In fact, I've seen a few darts straying offline today for Martin and for Kevin Painter quite a bit.
83.
None of these dart players are perfect. They do have a certain miss in their game. For Mike, it's usually high or low. He's a very straight player.
58.
One of the straightest I've seen, actually. But it's the weight of the dart with him. It's the high one, the low one, that creeps into his game now and again. I appreciate everybody who's been in touch today. Don't be afraid to make your voice heard.
85.
It's been a good campaign for Warburton.
140.
He is someone who prides himself on his work ethic. And the only way we're going to see Mike Warburton
137.
is, of course, now in Group C. He's not going to bridge the gap to the top 3, unfortunately. So he now will be in Group C with Diogo Portela tomorrow,
100.
with Kevin Painter, and he will be in there with Stephen Burton, Graham Usher, and Daryl Pilgrim. So your Group C action for tomorrow morning is set, now that Wolfie has got one leg in this contest. Group B's not set, though, is it?
100.
Is it, Martin?
Mike require
We
103.
do know that Scott Williams, Sean Griffiths, and Paul Hogan will be there. We know that Gary Robson will be there. Double 16, is that there?
Game shot on the third
Boy,
leg.
has he been good
Mike
down there
Warburton.
the last couple of games. Warby starting to find a home on double 16. And I asked the question earlier, is he a tops guy or is
Fourth
he
leg, it's
a double
Martin to throw
16 guy?
first.
When
Game
you've
on.
got 43 left with 2 darts, we find out. He's a double 16 guy.
One 140.
If Martin doesn't get a move on, he's playing tomorrow night. We will look at the scenarios. If Martin wins this game,
100.
we have to see what Robert Owen has to do. It could well be that he just needs to win a certain amount of legs as opposed to getting the victory. That's the cushy position he's in. But Warburton is probably not
60.
thinking about scuppering Wolfie's chances. He just wants another victory. He wants to get himself to 12 points as well, which would equal what Adams and Robson have got. And he's trying to finish Martin off the
81.
way he did in the Isle of Man Open in 2020. Almost 2 years ago. So far in the match, 90.76.
96.
The 3-dart average for Warby. 67% on the doubles. It's looking very, very tidy. But frustrating it is for Martin.
140.
As we see Warburton getting his second 140 there. He's averaging 101 here, Wolfie. He's got 50% on doubles and he's losing.
96.
Could well be third 140 here, and if it is, it sets up tops.
100.
Only the ton.
Martin, you require 109.
He needs this. 89 required. Juicy 57.
Game shot on the
Stunning
fourth leg.
109
Martin
checkout.
Adams.
You just think he's going to hit these things. He's a human highlight reel. When his back's against the wall, he just finds enough, doesn't he? 2-2 in this.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
And if Martin
Game
Adams
on.
wins this match, it's very simple for Robert Owen. He just needs to win.
60.
Straight shootout darts here at the Online Darts Live League. Going to the last, like we do at Aintree every April. Let's see who's still standing. Well, both of them are on 67% for their doubles now. 2 hits from 3
85.
attempts. 9 separating them in the average.
$76.
Just looking at that group tomorrow in Group C. If someone was to ask me who's going to come through that group, obviously it's 2 players out of the 6.
100.
I haven't got a clue. And that intrigues me because we will see them over the next couple of mornings. Stephen Burton's going to come in. Graham Usher's a
100.
really tidy player. He's had some success here. Darryl Pilgrim, you might not know a lot about him, but he's very handy. We know what Warby can do. We know what Painter has done today. He's got much more out of his game today than yesterday.
140.
I am fascinated by it. Well, Mike, you've got to go 19s. Unless you just get a lot up top. Move. Well, he got there in the end.
105.
That was a very risky play. I thought he was going to go for the 20s there to try and leave 1-2-5. His throw is under threat.
76.
Oh, that is, unfortunately for Martin, a big
Mike,
fat
you require
1. But
160.
luckily for him, it still leaves him in 2-dart range. If... Just let that hang in the air for a second, because earlier he took 160 out against Kevin Painter.
Martin, you require 100.
60 less than that for a 3-2 lead. He'll go 60. Drags it into the treble 5. And Warburton on the cusp of the 3-2 lead himself.
51. Mike, you require 20.
Double 10.
Game
Yeah,
shot
nice
on the
find.
fifth leg.
So Adams
By
knows
Warburton.
now it's either 2 straight legs or he's playing tomorrow.
Sixth leg, it's Martin to throw
If
first.
only we had a
Game
practice
on.
room cam so we could look at Robert Owen probably sitting down or throwing a few darts right now, just getting himself loose for the last game. Warburton wins this leg or the next.
121.
And we will probably hear the sigh of relief from Robert Owen in the commentary box. I think it's a new monogram on these flights for Warburton. The MW. You know you've made it when you've got your own little symbol.
100.
6 darts down. Adams on 280. Mike pretty much a ton behind. Not for long. Yeah, perfectly pitched. When he gets the weight of that dart right, he can put in some silly numbers. I really don't think I will ever forget his game with Boris Koltsov in the first live league in 2020, where Boris averaged 116 and Mike averaged 110 in defeat.
60.
That was a sickening game. Well, people were so hungry for action back then. The furthest we could go was the garage.
60.
Just wanted to play darts. Boy, would he like another one of those.
100.
You can see the pain on his face when he didn't get
Mike
that
require
extra 60.
161.
This is for a huge knockout blow. We've only seen 161 over the last couple of days. It is the biggest finish we've seen in this group from Robert Owen. It was hit against Adams.
129.
But now Adams needs the Shanghai. Otherwise, he is going to be out because Warburton has not been missing double 16. What does he do from the brink? That unbelievable from Adams. Wow, what a shot. Just when you think he's in the worst possible situation, he finds an incredible 120 finish to take us the distance for the 8th time today. I've run out of compliments for this guy.
60.
That hurt Warburton. He's sitting on a double that he has owned over the last couple of hours, thinking, right, I've done enough. All I need is him to miss one shot.
60.
Legends aren't made. They are earned. Doing things like that, which is exactly what he was doing against Richie Howson in the World Seniors.
100.
You think you've done enough, and then you haven't. But now it starts all over again. He's against the darts in leg 7. He needs to outscore Warburton or wait for him to make a mistake. This is where he's a genius. He's keeping pace with him. He's putting pressure on by saying, I'm right with you. I'm right there. You miss, I'll hit.
81.
I don't classify that as a miss. But he is 6 darts away from the victory. Well, was. Because you can get 3, 4, 1 and 6. It's a happy day when you do find 3, 41 and 6, believe me.
45.
But the mistake is made by Adams. Like games that have come before, this is a really good standard. 60% on doubles for the Welshman.
100.
Wolf, 75%. It's needed to be 75%. 96 average for Martin. 94 for his opponent. He's got 6 starts from 160. I think Martin thinks that his heroics are not going to get him into a winning position now. Especially now that Warburton is sitting on 60. Must leave a finish. And count on the error.
100.
And hope that he gets a look
Mike
at 151.
requires 60.
It was 150 plus checkouts that got him out of jail against Richie Howson. But now, it's match darts for Warby. And he hasn't closed it.
Martin, you require 151.
Call up the bank. Let's see if he can do it one more time. Not this time. 555 is not a gimme.
100.
Especially as that last
Mike
dart has found the
requires
60
10.
to leave something really gettable. 3 match darts missed. 2.
6.
He's missed it, and Adams is still going.
Martin, you require 51.
16 to still be in it.
Game,
And he's
shot,
done it.
And the match.
How?
Martin
I have
Adams.
no idea. But Mike Warburton has let that one slip. We will see him in Group C tomorrow. But now, look at what Robert Owen has to do. We'll talk about that in a second. But that was a really good game. 80% on the checkouts, and that's exactly what Martin Adams needed in the end. He had the better average, he had the better checkouts, he had the highest checkout of the match. The 120 was magical. But let's go to match 15 of the day, because Robert Owen needs to win it. Hello and welcome back to the last match of Group A. And like I predicted a little bit earlier in yesterday's session, it probably will come down to the last match. It is the case, and Robert Owen needs to win it if he wants to win Group A. It's a stack attack, all right. And it's an attack of yellow. If you don't like yellow, you'll hate this match. It's everywhere. It's like the colour of Chizzy's heart. Well, Adams has set the clubhouse lead on 14 points and a leg difference of +10. And by getting above him in leg difference and on the same points, it now means that Robert Owen needs the win. He's picked up 3 wins from 4 games today. He needs 1 more. Otherwise, he'll be back tomorrow playing in the night session.
First leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
Another free hit for Diogo, who game on game really has been getting slightly better. If he improves one more time and gets his only win of today,
95.
I think Martin Adams is going to give him a big fat handshake. I've been talking a little bit. Before we get into the complexities of this game, I want to give Robert Owen a little bit of kudos for what he did at the UK Open a few years ago and talk about who he beat en route to that semi-final, the biggest tournament of his life. Beat Michael Burgoyne in the first round by 6 legs to 4. After that, he beat his countryman Jamie Lewis by 10 legs to 2. I don't remember that game. Jamie didn't play particularly well in that game, but 10-2. Fascinating. After that, he was involved in a right drama with Nathan Rafferty, where he won by 10 legs to 9, both averaging in the high 96s. Ooh, I'd love to see that game. Then he beat Ian White by 10 legs to 7. So now he's starting to get the pattern. After that, he beat John Part by 10 legs to 3 on the stage and lost out to Corey Cadby. Someone who we don't see a great deal of these days.
140.
We're not seeing a great deal of leg 1 because Diogo was blitzing it. Bad news for Robert Owen.
41. Diogo, you require 36.
Double 18. Double 17. The loneliest double on the board.
2.
You might think, what does he mean by that? Well, double 17 is the least used double on the board.
58. Diogo,
He doesn't have to use it here. 34. He can split it if he wants to. Good plan. Good execution, 1-0 to Brazil against Wales. So, interesting times ahead. 1 leg down, and Robert Owen, you can tell that the pressure is building a little bit.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Diogo's day, average of 84.22 up until the first leg of this match. Not too bad. Below par,
100.
though, because overall 88.5. So he's a good 4 points behind the mean average of the day. His doubles, though, pretty much on point. 33.33, so he's hitting 1 of every 3. And that's exactly where we are overall for all players. At least we were before the last games for all of the players anyway. Diogo with 4 maximums. Right in the middle of the field. Robert's got 5. Is it a 5th? Yes, it is. That's what Robert Owen did not want to hear. And the difference in the averages in this game so far, well, I shouldn't really mention them because it's about to be closed up a little bit. As Robert gets his 6th maximum of the day. Great stuff. Is it another? Might look at the bull.
99. Robert, you require 161.
I was wrong. 161. 161. Oh no! He's done it again! Second one of the day! And let's not forget that he had a maximum before that That's
Leg, it's
341
Diogo
and
to throw
6.
first.
And in the
Game
last
on.
match, I said, you feel good when you do 341 and 6. He's feeling good.
60.
That doesn't happen every day. Talk about a confidence booster.
100.
Still think we've only had one 350 in 6, which is the maximum you can do. And that was in the very first week of the Live League last year. Andy Jenkins got that.
140.
Hit that against Fallon Sherrick. I don't know what the exact situation is with the legs today, but we've had a lot of legs
84.
today. We've now had 8 games from 14 go the distance. I don't remember that happening before. If it has happened,
43.
it wasn't when I was in the chair. There's not many times I've been sitting in a Group A chair at 2:30 in the afternoon. That's a sign that we've had a lot of long games.
100.
And what does Diogo do here? 65 off leaves 193.
85.
Yeah, he had to get a treble. Stay on the right one. He might look at this, the 19s next time. 133 is 7 19s, so 2 trebles and a single.
100.
We'll give him a look at tops. Nope, up north. He's lived around England a bit. He's lived up north in Preston. He's living in
137.
Cambridgeshire now. He's
Robert,
lived in
you
North
require
London.
117.
Oh, that's a good dart for Diogo. That's an even better one.
64.
But it's good for Robert.
Diogo, you require 36.
Last time he went in this department, he found a double 1. I'll be hoping that isn't the case this time. Good guide.
Game shot
Good
in the
find.
third leg. Diogo Portela.
Really good from Portela, who's looking to scupper the chances of Robert Owen in this one. It's really tense out there, and Owen needs to get back on the winning trail
Fourth leg,
in leg
it's
4.
Robert to throw first. Game on.
He does not need to be winning 3 straight legs.
121.
Good start.
$100.
These guys haven't met in the Live League before, so it is a first.
60.
And Robert Owen, who won the first week of Phase 4 in 2021, didn't do particularly well on the Saturday night.
100.
But then he won week 3 of Phase 6. And then at the end of the week came second to Matt Campbell in the Champions Week before the World Championship
100.
back in December. That was a really good effort. The one thing missing from his resume is a phase win. The same as a Painter, as an Adams,
45.
as a Portela, a Warburton. What I'm saying is, everybody involved in Group A has not won a phase. That's what we all want.
140.
That's where the big money is. That's where the £6,000 is at the end of the rainbow.
$100.
Really
Robert,
has
you
improved as the
require
day's gone
80.
on. But he really should be involved in a level match going into leg 5.
Game
And
shot
he
in the
is.
fourth leg.
So
Robert
it's best
Owen.
of 3 from here. Whoever wins 2 will get the win. And if that man is Robert Owen, he'll win the group.
Fifth leg, it's Diogo to throw
Is this
first.
going to go to
Game
the
on.
very last leg of the group? I didn't predict that. I somewhat half-heartedly predicted it might
100.
go to the last game. But the thought of it going to a one-leg shootout to see if somebody goes through, nerve-shredding.
100.
Just doing some research about whether they have played anywhere before. And in fact, they have. It was in the last 128 stage of a Players' Championship back in 2017. It's a really interesting one, actually, because it was at the Robin Park Tennis Centre in Wigan. So obviously being the last 128, it was the first round. It was won by Robert Owen by 6 legs to 4. After that, he beat Joe Cullen by 6 legs to 5. The hottest player on Planet Darts right now, you could say. And after that,
60.
he lost to Steve Beaton by 6 legs to 2. Who went on to win that tournament? Steve Beaton. He beat Gary Anderson in the final by 6 legs to 3 with an average of 107.09. Really
86.
intriguing. So what we're seeing here, because I like patterns, if Robert Owen does not win this match, Martin Adams is going to win this week.
180. Diogo, you require 132.
But we know what happened the last time he hit a 180 to leave a finish, Diogo, so you're going to give him a shot at 116. The last time, it was 161.
42.
The same numbers, just in a different order.
Robert, you require 160.
This is a lot easier. But it hasn't worked out well.
Yes. 84. Diogo, you require 90.
The right plan, 20s first. Double 5 for a 3-2 lead. It's in as well. So, if Owen wants to win the group, he's got to win 2 straight legs. And if you don't think that they know this situation, just look at the smile on Diogo's face. He knows exactly what's going on.
Game on.
I'm just having a little glance at what happened to me that day that Robert Owen was playing Diogo. Just out of curiosity. Oh, I managed to beat Devin Peterson that day by 6 legs to 2. And I also beat Barry Van Peer by 6 legs to 5. Ooh, that's good. But I lost to Mensah in the board final by 6 legs to 0.
180.
That was bad news for me, and that is really bad news for Robert Owen. He needs to max back.
121.
Darts taken by Diogo, who's looking to spoil the party. What's he up to? Oh, what's going on? I suppose if Robert Owen is to go out and not win this group, you wouldn't mind doing it to a 9-darter. It's not that Robert Owen has played poorly in this leg. He's actually played really well. But come on, Diogo. We want you to hit this so badly. Oh, great attempt. Tremendous attempt.
109.
And he's on for a 10. Boy, this lad's got guts. He has been pummeled by players all day long, and he's come up with a really good performance here.
Diogo, you require
if he hits
32.
this, Martin Adams will win Group A.
Game
10-darter to knock out Robert Owen.
Portela.
What a climax to Group A. And I think he just has to congratulate the Brazilian dart player, because that was the performance of the day, in my opinion, that was outside that Painter Adams classic. Stunning stuff to win it with a 10-darter, 44% on the doubles. Robert Owen did not miss a double in that match, but he didn't give himself enough chances because his opponent was so good. So we'll see him tomorrow night. As you can see, he's in second position, but Adams has won Group A by the skin of his teeth. He's won it by 3 legs. So, Adams, Saturday night. The rest of them, we'll see them tomorrow, and we'll see you from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow in Group C with a plethora of new players and some of the players from today. This is the Asset signing out for now. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 a.m.